Morning, everybody. We will call this meeting to order. This is the committee of the whole agenda for June 27th. I would like to recognize with gratitude that that this meeting is being held on the traditional territory of the Lillooet people. Could I have someone please move approval of the agenda? Seconded by Director Mack. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Regional moment. District of Squamish.
All right, that's me today. So I have presentation here just with some images. So I'm sure that I know folks in this room and maybe those watching have heard Squamish representatives speak about the new oceanfront park, and it has just opened at the beginning of the month. So I wanted to give everyone the official sort of lowdown on the park itself. And the image we have here shows the park is it's 11 acres on the ocean front. And Squamish, like many communities in British Columbia, has been sort of cut off from the access to the water for in the name of resource extraction or otherwise. So in the case of this site, this park is actually called, we'll start with the name, is Squamish Feathered Park. And Squamish is a little bit about the naming, but it's the Squamish Nation name for the bald eagle. But the park used to be a site of a chlorine and chloralkali plants, and they produced chemicals to support the pulp and paper industry. And since the plant's closed, there's been a huge amount of remediation on the site to get it to where we are today. The park really took shape after a community envisioning process to provide unfettered access to the water for the community at large, which again we have not had in Squamish ever. And the name Squamish Feather is an amalgamation of both Squamish language and English names. And it was a result of a contest within the Squamish Nation whereby members were asked to come up with a name for the future park. And the name was selected not only because eagles soar high over the park, but to represent unity between the land and the Western and Squamish cultures. So in the image we see here on the left of the screen, we've got the pink and purple or dark blue on the side. That crescent is all riparian zone and traditional planting. So that's really a no-go zone and a naturalization area. And the other two crescents are actually beach. The bigger one in the middle is more sand and a gentler slope. And the one to the right, it's a bit steeper and small pebbles, and is the water sports sort of beach. So it's a little bit easier to get in and out of there than the sand beach. But in the cultural gardens, which are some of the plantings there, and also there are outdoor classroom and cultural gardens is the sort of the fourth point down there on the left. So you can see where that's marked. And so guiding principle of the design and delivery of the park was balancing the ecological restoration of the estuary environment as well as providing accessible public space. So this led to the development of the restored estuary, that marsh bench to the left. And typically restoration efforts prioritize ecological considerations. However, in this instance, we're delighted to have our integrated cultural restoration alongside ecological initiatives. So this includes not only planting native species, but also showcasing culturally significant plant types to the Squamish Nation. This was guided by Lee Joseph, Squamish Nation ethnobotanist, in designing intentional teachings and garden spaces, as well as interpretive signage that share the wisdom of the plants. The teaching area was programmed to provide living examples of 4 different garden types: medicinal gardens, forest gardens, berry gardens, and root gardens. These areas have cultural important plants, as well as identification signage, and also provides an opportunity for Squamish Nation members to learn, share, and host tours and plant walks for the community. Community members are encouraged to come visit the site and sit around the learning area. Thanks to Art Harry, a Squamish Valley carver, there will be there is a beautiful 12-foot bench in that spot. The park also contains the restoration of a traditional estuary root garden. This involves increasing certain elevations in the intertidal zone to promote the planting of culturally significant species such as northern rice root, Pacific silverweed, and springbank clover. This area can be used by Squamish Nation members to learn about the cultivation and management of those gardens. Maybe we'll go to the next slide here. I'll go through a few more. So this shows the ocean front. This is a rendering of the overall sort of build out of the area. And that essentially that whole area is just to the south of our existing downtown. And you can see the beach obviously in the far left. The beach was negotiated as part of the development to be delivered, the community amenity to be delivered in phase 1. So before there's an occupancy permit for unit 1, the amenity needed to be delivered. So it's really exciting to see this come, but this is the build out as you go out there now and I encourage you all to come and have a look and spend some time there. This is what that area will look like. Right now there's a few buildings out there, Carbon Engineering's there and so on, but this illustrates the more fulsome build out. So the park isn't just those crescent beaches, the 3, but it's also that big all the green space along the ocean front as well. So we can go to the next slide, please. So this is from again a rendering, but gives you an idea of where this sits in space. And from the land's end, or at any of those spots, when you look around, you can see down Quepsum House Sound, Shandy Falls, you see the gondola go up, you can see the Chief. And here in this image, you can just start to see Malcolm Glacier in the little valley to the right. This is in Chikai or Mount Garibaldi. And there's basically a 360 of the valley there that is truly remarkable. There's nowhere like it from a view perspective inside of Squamish. And I think we all know there's nowhere that's quite like Squamish in general. So, but that's a bit of an aside. So can you go to the next slide, please? Some commentary. So again, this is again some renderings of where it's going. And then I believe in the next slide or the one after, we're going to get to real images of the existing site. So this is an image of the site now, and the building you see there will be a presentation center for half of it. So to facilitate the sale and the business they need to continue the development of the site, and then half of that building will be a new brew pub. So we go next slide, please. So here we have some actual images from the park. So this is shows some of the planting and the signage, and you can see Shannon Falls there in the background. Yes, Tony.
Can you tell me again, how do you pronounce that?
Squamish.
Squamish.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll stay here for just a second. I have a whole section on the playground. So this is the playground, and I need to learn the pronunciation of the name of the playground. I don't have yet. So
Kakala.
Kakala is the legend that's told in this basket, but the name of the playground is Ayaksui, I think. Anyways, I will. Part of learning is to likely trip on it for the first few times, and then I will nail it in the future. But the playground's a one-of-a-kind nature-based playground, and it's right in the middle of the park, and it holds immense significance as it's really a revival of the land, but of the Squamish culture. And the design was fully led by Indigenous youth leaders from Stammas School. Each component of the playground is of cultural significance. So the design process took place at Squamish School with the Cultural Journeys program. A group of Indigenous youth leaders gathered with teachers, cultural workers, landscape architects, and playground designers to develop a vision for the playground. The workshop started with discussion around place. What are the culturally significant items, stories, technologies tied to the estuary and the location of the playground? From here, the youth chose their favorite stories and technologies and that they had learned. And this includes a story of Calculith, the giant cannibal woman who would trick children into her giant cedar root basket and hide in the caves of Samsmet, which is the Squamish chief. Tigatsin is an inspiring carver and uses knife to cut a hole in the basket to let the children escape. And this basket is on the top of the slide here. So when you're out at the Land's End and look back, you can actually see there's a face in the basket. And to be there, to know this story and to be there on the day when it opened and to see the kids just lining up to do what they have to do to climb up to get into the basket made me laugh, but that was part of the story here. And so very beautiful storytelling, and there's signs around the park that tell the story, QR codes, so you can get to the pronunciations, which I need to spend some more time with as well. But it's a really special place. But the youth combined all these stories and symbolism with various types of their favorite play and worked to bring this to life. So this is really, really remarkable, and it's nature-based, meaning it's constructed of natural materials and it's mostly made from small diameter yellow cedar logs. And a lot of spaces, I've seen other sort of attempts at achieving this, and sometimes it's not immediately obvious to the children that are going to go play there as to what to do with it. This was just mobbed with children every time that I've been there since. Right away. It's really something. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is this was just installed last week and is the sort of the last piece. This is a piece by James Harry. It's called Welcome Gate, and this is at the very south end of the park. So this is the it's a canoe in half, sort of standing up. So if you can imagine those two pieces stuck together, that's what it is, and it's lit from the inside as well. So it really is a beacon at the end there, and it is really you can kind of see there's someone on a bike in this image to give you the idea of the scope. This thing is massive and it is just stunning. So it's 40 feet.
Is it lit up at night?
Yeah.
So it'd be a cool night shot.
Yeah, and the inside of it is lit.
And the sunset through it.
That's kind of the idea. When you come over, you can see the little valley there in the back of the image. This is where, if people envision coming over the hill at Murin Park and seeing Squamish for the first time, this is going to form a part of that. You'll be able to, you can see it during the day, but at night it's like, it's very striking. So we go next image. I think I've got a couple of these.
Nice.
Yeah. So this shows a typical day there, and it really is something to experience. It's always sunny. It's always sunny here. Well, it's always sunny there, and it's rarely windy on the.
No, you want it to be windy.
It really is a picturesque place. And is that the last image, or do we have one more of there we go as well. So this shows one of the sandier of the beaches. And you can see some wind sports folks in the background. Those are kites, kiteboarding kites for those that haven't seen those before. And it really is very remarkable. This Sea to Sky corridor, Squamish, is the main touch point for the Quepsum House Sound, or the end of House Sound, and to have we all have access now to the ocean and to a beach. So we've been an oceanfront community for our entire existence, but haven't had proper access. And this is proper access. I've been down there at all sorts of different times of the day, and it is packed. And sitting there, it was solstice. I was down there to look at the new art installation, the big 40-foot welcome gate, and waiting for it to get dark to see if it was going to light up for us. But and in that time, I think we had 10 people launch off the Chief with their paragliders, and there's kiteboarders coming and going, people out for walks. Like it's a really special place, and yeah, I'm just so excited to see it come to fruition. And then to access the site, in that one of the earlier images I showed sort of how long the development is, and the beach and the park is way out at the end. The proponent has brought all the services out all that way. So there's a separate bike path to get there, so you can ride a beach cruiser out to the park. And also from I think the second week it was open, so right away we had our internal transit service out there as well. So you can take a bus to get to the park, and there is some parking out there as well if you need to, if driving there is what you need to do. But all those things are online from day one. So it is really exciting. And there will be we had a ceremony for over a couple days to celebrate the many art pieces and all the work that had happened to get to this point. And it was great to celebrate the artists that were involved in the various art pieces, which are, we talked about the big piece. There's public art all over the site, and there's all sorts of cool sort of Easter eggs. If you look through this and rotate it that way, it points right at a thing that does something. Like, it's really interesting and well thought out. So, but to see how many people it took to realize those art pieces, the plantings, the gardens, and particularly the youth that were involved in the playground creation and the storytelling, and I've never seen a playground as an agent for telling stories. Is really remarkable. So very special place. And yeah, that's the Squamish Feather Park. I could probably go on, but I'm pretty sure I've been over my time allotment already.
Gone over your 5 minutes.
There you go. Yeah. So there you go. Happy to answer any questions if anyone wants to go further over the 5 minutes. But that's what that is.
Trip down there at some point.
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah. Too bad it wasn't ready for our May board meeting when we were down
Could have got you in there.
there. We had a lot going on.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's move along to the delegation, which we have online. This is, oh wait, so please. Oh. Good morning, Ruth.
Good morning.
It's great to see you.
Thank you. Nice to be here and just hear the end of that presentation. It's very exciting.
Yeah, I think it dovetails well with all of the work that you have done for the House Sound. So
it's really, something to really be proud of. It's fantastic.
yeah. Well, thank you. For the benefit of everyone watching at home and everyone in the room, this is Ruth Simons from the House Sound Biosphere Initiative, and I will turn it over to you. This is a little bit different topic than we usually talk about, but I don't think that they're separate in any way. It's exciting to have you here, and I always love to listen to you. So I will turn the floor over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair Ford, and good morning, directors. Yes, I'm Ruth Simons. I'm the Executive Director of the House Sound Biosphere Region Initiative Society, and organization responsible for our UNESCO Biosphere designation. And I'm here with my colleagues, Marie Journet and Gwen Laurendal, who are the leads on this project from the Squamish Environment Society. And we're here to update you on the work of this important project aimed towards ensuring wildlife and our ecosystems thrive in the biosphere region as development continues. UNESCO biosphere regions are model regions for best practices, and we help to build capacity towards objectives of balancing nature and people. I had the opportunity actually to present this project as a case study to international leading experts on wildlife connectivity, so it's definitely overdue that we were also presenting this to you today. Next slide, please. So our request is to please ask for your further commitment towards this important work in 3 ways: financially, signing on to the terms of reference, which has had lots of input from the steering committee members, and also to support staff and to be able to participate with other colleagues in person at the next opportunity. Next slide, please. The mission of this work is to support land managers in safeguarding and restoring vulnerable terrestrial habitat and pathways of wildlife connectivity for ecosystem resilience in the focal area of the biosphere that includes the sea to sky. I won't be going into technical details of the project, but at a regional scale, the work is informed by activities led by provincial and federal agencies, and at a local scale, this work supports frontline conservation planning efforts. Next slide. So this project is using the latest technology and assessments developed by organization Terradapt, which is taking they do work for the Cascadia region of BC, Washington, and Oregon. And that model, the Terradapt model, leverages input from wildlife ecologists and uses the latest in remote sensing and cloud-based computing technologies. Next slide. The seeds of the, next slide, please. Yeah, the seeds of this project have been sown by many hands over the years. And while there's clear policy guidance on the importance of biodiversity conservation planning and the protection of ecological corridor networks in the region, project partners have been limited in their capacity to carry out the important supporting assessment work that's needed to map and prioritize wildlife corridors in a coordinated way. And that's where we've come in. Next slide. This project also contributes to the broader goals and objectives of the Akatsim, our Nechitmut Unity Plan. Next slide. A governance framework has been developed to guide the work in a collaborative way with the Squamish Nation and project partners, and you can see the list in the terms of reference. And there's over, I think, 23 technical working group members. And so this is to build on the work on strengths of both Indigenous and Western knowledge holders. Oh, sheepers. Sorry, skip to the next slide. And the next one, please. I haven't got much time here. Our intent is to develop the capacities needed to carry out this work in the broader context of adaptive land management framework, so conservation measures can be monitored and updated on an ongoing basis, and changes can be incorporated. Next slide.
Ruth, you're in no hurry. It's unless you're hurried on your side, you're
I was given 5 minutes, very tight timeline, said, so I will slow down. Thank you for that. Yeah. Because I am rushing for sure. There's no
stress. You're good.
Thank you. All right. Well, here we are at the funding model. As you can see that there's already been a very large investment. This project is a 4-year project. And at the end of this year, and this number doesn't actually include this request today, but you can see that the SLRD's contribution has been less than 10%, and that there's been a huge investment by other parties to this. And I have to stress that this does also not show the immense contribution of volunteerism by those on this call today, and the high degree of sophistication that has come with this grassroots effort, and it essentially doubles the value of this project to date. We have appreciated the financial contribution of the SLRD, and also the participation of his staff member, Anna Koturniak, to date. And so the funds have been used to get us to this point. Next slide. And with this small investment, actually, by the SLRD, we'll deliver a wildlife connectivity action plan for the region. Then it's over to staff to determine how they wish to use the plan to improve approaches to land use. And the benefits derived are then up to the input of staff and based on priorities. And the last slide. I'll just end by saying, excuse me, sorry, that this type of effort and expertise may not be repeatable. And we owe it to wildlife today to give them a chance of finding refuge, of retaining connectivity of ecosystems while reducing the potential for yet more human-wildlife conflicts. And that's the end of my rushed presentation. So we're here to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Start us off. Ruth, I have a question. What are what are the types of skills that you would like to see from a staff member? Should we commit a staff member to participating in the work? What type of skills are you looking for?
I'm going to hand that over to Murray to answer the question. I know Anna has been participating as best she can so far. So,
yeah, thanks, Ruth. I would say in two ways. So the work that Anna has been doing and we hope can continue to do is on the technical side in helping to make use of the information, the biodiversity value information that we're compiling as part of this project, and also with a focus on wildlife connectivity. The second area would be in, I would say, strategic land use planning. So understanding how the outputs of this work can support the incorporation of wildlife corridors into more of a holistic land use planning framework. So kind of two skill sets, one on the technical side and the second on the strategic land use planning side.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks again for the presentation. Can you remind me, I'm just trying to absorb everything, of the rough timeline for the next step?
we are now entering the third year. So it's to the end of March is year 3. And then we have one more year of funding from Environment and Climate Change Canada. So it'll be the end of March 2025, 6, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Director Birch-Jones, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And Ruth, it's just so nice to see you again.
Yeah. Right.
I'm thrilled by this work that you're doing, and it couldn't come too soon. The pressures on that area are just unbelievable. So I think I just want to say thank you and hello.
Oh, nice to see you again too. Thanks very much. Yeah. Yeah, it really is. I mean, the credit goes to these two that are on the call here. We're just champions for this work. And as I said, I'm not sure if it'll be repeatable.
For the last 2 years, we've made a grant of 20,000 acres each year. And this year you're asking us for 40. Do you have some idea where we're going from here? Or would you ask us for 40 next year or 80? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think Gwen's the one with the hands on the finances here, but I think she just shook her head there to say that this is good.
This year is the big lift in terms of money. Next year we'll be transitioning more into working with your staff, the district, the Squamish staff, the other partners' staff, in terms of ideas and implementation and action. But this year is really the big challenge in terms of funding.
Thank you.
Director Demare.
Thank you for the presentation and the great work you're doing. I got a couple of questions, I guess. I'm in Area A, up in the Upper Bridge River Valley, and I've worked with the Stallion on a trail management plan. So this kind of relates to the wildlife corridors. We actually were looking at putting in polygons on trail forks, if you're familiar with trail forks. It's an online mapping program for trails of all user types. And actually having those up and closing some of the trails when the migrations are taking place. So I'm not sure if you work with rec sites and trails in the Sea to Sky on that concept. But I'm just throwing it out at you that we've done some work on that.
Mhm.
I put on area restrictions of polygons onto trail forks for motor vehicle closures and et cetera. So quite familiar with that program.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely a good example of, the value of information, both on the ground. Local knowledge holders are so important to this work, but also we've been able to attract research to gather the missing data pieces and then taking other data that's all available. And using this technology that's available today, it's really something. But the end result is about being able to make those informed decisions and working with partners to help people understand. And I think having that data, you can share that and make good decisions together. Yeah, Murray, go. Yeah.
Yeah, just quickly adding on to that, I wanted to clarify that what we've done so far consists of both a regional assessment, which would include Area A. And so on the regional side, we have biodiversity values, but also wildlife connectivity for 4 important carnivore species that would be relevant to the issue you just raised. The more focused work that we're doing within Okatsampah Sound biosphere region and surrounding areas includes localized species models as well, but we're more limited in the availability of that information. So on a regional scale, again, we cover all of SLRD planning areas for important ecosystems and those 4 carnivore species.
Thank you. Director Rich Jones.
Thank you again. And in that case, you may have gone as far as Area B if you've gone as far as Area A. So I am extremely interested in seeing your reports, and that could be very helpful for some work we're doing in Area B. Thank you.
Hey. Seeing no other questions, I think we will say thank you for your presentation. We do have a letter later on in our package in our board meeting, which we will handle later. And we'll be in touch.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
Bye-bye.
It was really nice seeing you.
Yes, I'd love to see you in person, Toby. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I've spoken to them
See you
several
over
times on
lunch.
the phone. And
Hi, everyone.
I get a picture of what it was. No.
Hi, just a quick update from me. It's about this week, the SLRD staff and members of the board hosted the Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Lana Popham, on a few meetings and roundtables with community members and interested parties invested in active transportation, mountain biking, cycling from the sea to sky. These SLRD staff took Minister Popham and her team on the Sea to Sky Trail right by the Tantalus Look, and also on the Friendship Trail. And we were hosted by Roxanne Joe, who is a Lillooet Nation, a council member, and a member of the Land and Resources Group. Both tours were educational, enlightening, and I think very representative of the efforts and the stories of the Sea to Sky Trail and what is trying to be accomplished there, connecting all the dots. We took her through pain points and moments to celebrate, all with the purview of her lofty goal of joining and connecting through more shared access to rail and more shared access for everyone to rail, including pedestrians and wheels. self-propelled ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Information report, solid waste and resource management plan. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Marie-Lou Leblanc. I'm the Resource Recovery Coordinator, and we have Vanessa Lafontaine with us joining virtually. So do you want to present yourself, Vanessa?
She just joined the meeting. I'll let her in.
Just being mindful of your time, I can start right away. So yeah, staff is here today to present you with the 2023 highlight of what we've done in solid waste and a little bit of what we'll be doing in 2024 and moving forward. So first of all, the Environmental Management Act governs all waste management in BC, and all regional districts are required by law to do a solid waste and management plan. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take a little bit of your time to just look at what we have and what we operate in terms of facilities within the SLRD. So we have 3 landfills, one that is currently active, and it is in Lillooet, so the Lillooet Landfill and Recycling Center. It is governed by a permit. So the permit allows us to have a certain amount of waste. It also requires us to do annual reporting, annual monitoring, and we report to the Ministry of Environment, and all those reporting are done by a qualified professional. We also have a permit for hazardous waste in terms of asbestos only. We are not accepting any other hazardous waste beside asbestos, and it is regulated and it has to be approved by the SLRD staff. In terms of the other landfills, they're closed, but we still have permit and it still requires reporting and inspection in terms of groundwater monitoring and a closure plan as well. In terms of composting, we have only one composting facility within the SLRD. And when I say within the SLRD, it's operated by the SLRD. So we have the yard waste program at the Lillooet landfill, and it is regulated under OMAR, that's how we call it, the Organic Matter Recycling Regulation. So there's a minimum, we have maximum capacity, we have minimum compost removal that we need to do, and even if we're not accepting any food waste, it's still regulated. Next slide. The SLRD also operate one septic trench located at the Goldbridge transfer station under, again, a permit. And I will be talking about what we've done in the last year and what we'll be doing this year in terms of the septic trench. And we have 3 transfer stations. They are not regulated under a permit, but we do have bylaws that regulated those transfer stations. And in general, we're just not allowed to pollute the environment. So even if there's no permit per se. And the SLRD offer only the curbside collection only to Britannia Beach and Fir Creek, where we have recycling, organics, and waste curbside collection. And in addition, we also have a glass drop-off area and a temporary yard waste bin for fall and spring cleanup. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the disposal rate. So we're always at 1 year behind. So we're looking at the 2022. So in terms of rate of waste per person in 2022, we did make a significant decrease from 440 kilos to 359. staff is not quite sure how we manage that, so I would take that rate with like a little bit of a grain of salt, and we're gonna look at the future years in terms of, are we able to maintain that? Or was it just post-COVID, it seems a long time ago, but 2022, we're still a little bit during COVID, but not quite as much as all the cleanup that happened in 2021. So we will keep a close eye on it. It is great. What I would like to highlight, and it's not in the presentation, but it's part of the report, is the discrepancy between the north and the south of the SLRD in terms of diversion options. In the north, there's not as much diversion options available. And so the rate per person in the north is way higher than in the south. And I can give you a few examples. It's just in terms of how we're not able to recycle concrete or to divert to cardinal concrete in Squamish, for example. How wood waste, we don't have options for waste to energy up in the north. So we're still landfilling that. We're still landfilling mattresses because at this point, there's no viable financial option up in the north. So staff is still looking at those options, and we understand that we need to make great efforts to be able to provide those options up in the north, and always having a mindset of maintaining, keeping an eye on the financial as well. So we can move to the next slide. And so as I was saying, so the solid waste management plan are regulated. So in 2014, the SLRD created their solid waste and resource management plan. There's an error it was not adopted in 2026 because we're not there yet. It was adopted in 2016. Sorry about that. In 2019, we received the approval by the Minister of Environment. In 2023, we did the 5-year efficiency review, which was presented in March of 2024. And in 2025, we will already start the full update of these SLRD solid waste management plan. Next slide. I'm not going to look at the 2021 and 2022 implementation, mindful of your time, but in 2023, as I just mentioned, we did the solid waste management plan 5-year review. We also provided invasive species training for the Pemberton transfer station staff and the Lillooet landfill staff as well. We developed a waste room technical guidelines, similar as Western and Squamish. We also did the Goldbridge transfer station septic trench update, and we applied for an increase at the Ministry of Environment, which we're still waiting on. We also provided the single-use propane tank pilot project at the Pemberton transfer station. Those are the small green one that we use when we go camping. There's more regulation coming down, so we're going to look at how we can make it and make sure that we're following all the regulations to be able to accept propane tanks. And then we updated 3 of our bylaws, the Lillooet landfill, Goldbridge transfer station, and Pemberton transfer stations as well. It seems a long time ago, but we did do an RFP for the Lillooet landfill and recycling center that we had to cancel. And in the summer of 2023, we did an engagement as well. We decommissioned the groundwater monitoring well at the Lillooet landfill that was dry and not productive as per the regulation. And we will be drilling a new one this year. And we received the final approval for the focus amendment of the solid waste management plan, which was specifically for the Squamish landfill expansion. Just want to highlight that 2023 we were also in the middle of the wildfire, and staff was still committed to try to do their best to keep operation, daily operation as usual. But it wasn't a normal year for sure. Next year. Next slide. Sorry, I'm gonna pass it on to Vanessa Lafontaine.
Good morning, everybody. Vanessa Lafontaine, Communications and Project Coordinator. Apologies for not being able to be there in person. All right, so the slide that we're looking at is a brief overview of the education and outreach that we did in 2023. So in 2023, we ran a pilot in electoral area C and D, where we partnered with Squamish-Can to have a diversion ambassador who was promoting education in the areas. We attended the Pemberton's Farmers Market, the Pemberton Christmas Bazaar. We hosted several pop-up depots in Prairie Creek and Britannia Beach, as well as one at the Squamish Nesters Food Market. In 2023, we were in a contamination remediation plan with Recycle BC. Our goal was to reduce our contamination rate, which is on non-accepted items in the curbside program, from 15.67% to 6.21%. So we always, in the past, we've conducted curbside audits. We increased our curbside audits. That's when an auditor goes tote to tote and double checks what the materials are in the recycling tote. So we increased the number of those in 2023. And we had targeted social media campaigns to help educate residents on what does and doesn't belong, as well as more consistent pop-up depots within the communities to try to have one-to-one conversations with residents. We, in 2023, in January, Recycle BC also started accepting packaging-like items and single-use items, which meant that we had to update our signage at some of our facilities, as well as our brochures. And we also updated the multifamily signage available for download on our website that is used by our member municipalities and ourselves in our diversion room guide. Next slide, please. We continue to offer our waste educators school workshops in partnership with AWARE. In 2023, we offered a two-part workshop, and the single-part workshop, the teachers could pick from one or the other. We delivered, or AWARE delivered, 58 workshops, which was consistent with the previous year, a total of 85 sessions, which increased the amount of learning hours to a total of 1,611. We hosted another collection event in Devine. I think it was the third year. We collected 116 tires, as well as small appliances, electronics, light and light fixtures, in partnership with the recycling center, the Pemberton Recycling Center. We delivered the Lillooet Landfill and Recycling Center engagement, which meant that we went in Lillooet, we hosted in-person chats, and we had the Get Involved webpage as well. And then finally, the Wild Safe BC initiative, which would have been presented at the end of the last season. Next slide, please. Natalie, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. So in 2024, the focus is really on just keeping operation or daily operation, as well as making progress on the disaster debris management plan that we really need. And then the solid waste management at events guide that we're working on. Vanessa is also working on the waste reduction initiative fund. We joined MAR, which is a major appliances program, allowing residents to bring their large appliances for free at all our facilities. Then for Gorbridge Transfer Station, we posted an expression of interest as we need a new attendant. As well as we're going to wait on the Minister of Environment, what they say about the request to increase, and if we need to do any major or small changes to the septic trench. In Lillooet landfill, we have a new contractor starting September 1st, 2024. We provided or we implemented a new waste tracking software, the same one as we use in Pemberton. So we have the same one for everywhere. We'll be reopening the reuse shed at the Lillooet landfill. So I know that our residents of Lillooet will appreciate that. And we did a landfill gas generation assessment. And as I was mentioned, we will be installing a new groundwater monitoring as a background groundwater monitoring system. And for Area C and Pemberton, we will be doing an expression of interest for the Divine Transfer Station attendant, as our current attendant mentioned that she was ready to retire. As well as we are in the middle of doing an efficiency review, and we're still waiting on the tenure, but when we have the tenure, we'll be able to look at the recycling facility and upgrade that. For Area D is continuing to look at diversion opportunities to provide for to the residents. So I will pass it back to Vanessa.
So actually, if we can go back to the last slide. Yes, I'm just on the right-hand side there. So just some highlights for 2024 in terms of outreach and education. So we're going to continue our work in all of the areas. These are just highlights. We're really excited to be launching a pilot in Area B and Lillooet. Same concept as we did last year in Area D, where we're going to have some diversion ambassadors. We're hoping that they'll increase the education on proper waste disposal and recycling and diversion in the area. So really excited about that. We continue to deliver some Make Soil Not Waste workshops, which is education around backyard composting, the proper management of it. And as well as bringing your food scraps to the Pemberton Transfer Station. We hosted the Divine Collection event in May, and we successfully collected over 400 tires. And to jump to Area D, again, we're in a contamination remediation plan. This time we need to bring a contamination rate down to 4.66%. To achieve that goal, we are aiming to complete 11 audits. We are aiming to complete 11 audits and several pop-up depots with our diversion ambassador. And last year, the District of Squamish was enabling us to use their data collection system. This year, we brought it on to the SLRD, which is also really exciting. We'll have access to our data. And that's everything. Next slide.
So yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it as is. We're just gonna keep working hard on trying to bring more diversion and send less items to the landfill and just keep doing what we've been doing the last few years and try to add on as we can and look for more opportunities. Again, I really want to focus on the north and try to find options available that will make sense financially as well, because I understand that sometimes it's more the cost of hauling materials to those options where they can be recycled, that sometimes it's a little bit harder, but we'll keep working on it. That's it. Ready for questions?
Thank you very much. That's great. Director Birch Jones, question.
Thank you. And you guys know how much I appreciate all the work you do. And I'm thrilled to see that drop in average waste per capita. And I hope it's not just an anomaly. It's going in the right direction. And I'm also thrilled that you're hooking up with the hub on the ambassador program. That is going to be a hopping place in the upcoming years. So that's a good partnership. I have in my OCP for Area B the Bridge River landfill and the Seton landfill, but those have been closed for many, many years now, right? To my knowledge. Yes?
Yeah, and as far as I'm aware, the SRD was never the manager of those.
Right. Right. And what's happening with the reuse it shed? I can't tell you how many passion speeches I get from constituents about the value of the reuse it shed. So we're looking forward to having that service back again. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hopple.
I just want to thank you guys for all the work you've done. It has been a long year, for sure. And I'm going with I believe the decrease rates, because I think people are just getting better. You know, I think we're all being trained in that certain way that, you know, we recognize global warming and we all know that we have to do our part. So I'm going to go with those stats. My question is I know that the metal disposal has always been an issue. And I'm just wondering if, because I think that the SLRD is really missing a funding source there. And are we changing that? Are we?
Yeah, as part of the new contract, the metal will now be owned by the SLRD. So we will be taking I want to say the positive outcome, but also taking the risk as well if the metal price goes down.
Right.
But yes, if there's revenue to get from the metal, we will, starting September 1st, we will be getting it.
Okay. And the other thing is the training. So is the training more for the people that work there, or is it more for the community? Is it both? And how often does that happen?
Yeah, the invasives training was more for the staff to be able to recognize the invasive species so they could better direct people where to send it and not to send invasive species to the compost pile. So we want to bring that up and we want to do more, but it's just capacity sometimes. So yeah, this year that's what we were able to do, but we partner with both the Lillooet invasive species and the Squamish-Lillooet invasive species.
Okay, good. And then if we could just get that, because then I can spread that word out as well and educate people on what to take there. And how often does the training happen? Is it?
It was once last year and once again this year. Kind of like trying to brush up the information, and then staff could like ask more questions after like a year of seeing all those invasive, and because sometimes it's not perceived as invasive from the residents because it's so common.
It's so common.
But it is still part of the invasive.
Right. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Director Pettengill, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Two things. One, when we did our board tour, was it Goldbridge or Divine Transfer Station that we saw?
That was cool.
When you went up to Gun Lake, Goldbridge, okay, that's what I thought. I just want to mention that was an incredibly run facility, and whoever takes that spot has got a very, very high bar to meet, but that was quite amazing to see. So yeah, fantastic work there. The other point, you mentioned that there's a higher per capita waste in the north because there aren't the diversion options available. Have we done any audits of what's in that waste stream to know, like, maybe it's, if diversion was there, the north would actually be producing less non-divertible waste? Do we have an understanding of that?
Yeah, we've done audit and I didn't mention it, but we're planning on doing more audit in 2024. We try to align with Squamish and Western in terms of like every second year. So there's a lot of construction and demolition waste going to the landfill. There's also a little bit of organics, food waste, because we do not have food waste diversion options. So those two are the big one. But yeah, the idea is to keep doing those audits every second year. So we go with data, we go with facts, and not just a gut feeling in terms of like what we think we should focus on. It really using the facts really speak to it, and we can then know that if we focus on this piece, we can make a big difference.
And Director Mack?
Yeah, thanks for everything you do. And with the metal issue at Divine, like we have the bins there all the time. Do we have an idea of how much metal we've actually transferred through there over the years? Poundage wise or tons? It would be tons.
Yeah, let me just go to let me put those glasses first. How much metal did we recycle? Okay, so in 2023, we diverted 18 ton of metal.
18 tons.
Yeah. So it's an increase of 6 ton compared to 2022. So in 2022
It was 12.
was 12 and it's now 18. So when you think that
Yeah, so there's 30 tons right there in 2 years.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's really well used, the metal program in Divine and
Yeah.
all the events that Vanessa organized. Just knowing that, I think it's 800 tires that we diverted since we started the tires program for a small area. So it was really needed, and we're working with Tire Stewardship Program. So
Yeah.
there's no charge for that. And it's just really well used, and yeah, people take advantage of it, and that's really what we want.
Yeah. And so like with those bins, we just have an ongoing program. One gets full and they just swap them out. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Usually the attendant will let me know when a new bin is needed. And then I reach out to ASM Squamish.
Yeah. So we most certainly want to do that,
Yeah.
keep that going, because like I drive by there this morning and, you know, they just put that bin in there last week and it looks like it's almost full again, right?
Yeah,
So that's good. I mean, it's really working. So that's,
it is, yeah.
yeah. And I guess the best part of it is we actually get money for, because how much is the bin now a month? $750, $800?
No, it's less than that.
Less
It's
than that?
about 500.
Okay,
So we usually at the end, we'll pay like 150 maybe for a bin when we take the price for the metal
yeah.
off the cost.
So it's a pretty cheap program and it's really effective. So that's wonderful. And yeah, so replacing the attendant there, that's because she's wonderful.
She is.
She truly is. So
Yeah.
that's
So
too bad. But anyways, hopefully we'll get another good person like that.
hopefully.
Thank you.
Director Demare, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for all your efforts on the wildfire, breathe the wildfire, getting extra time in there, and post wildfire and all the recovery activities that are taking place currently. On a couple items, the durable plastic products such as lawn chairs and tubs and so on and so forth. What is it ever going to be recyclable?
So as of right now, the recycling materials are under the Recycle BC program, and it doesn't cover items. Even if you find like a plastic chair with like number 6, it doesn't mean that it's recyclable as per the program. We're pushing every year, like our regional district will get together. We're pushing to the province to bring more options, to bring more of those stewardship programs to help and really make a difference in terms of like what goes to the landfill. But as of now, I haven't seen anything in the province that will say, hey, it's coming. There's few things that are coming down, like in the next few years, like propane tanks, for example, is one. The sharps, so medical, kind of like syringes, those kind of thing. Mattresses are coming as well. So this, but as of now, I like plastic items, as I call them, I haven't heard anything.
Okay, thank you.
But it's unfortunate because sometimes it's just the same type of plastic.
Another one you mentioned, like construction waste, like 2x4s and.
Yes, yeah. Drywall is a big one that, clean drywall that can be recycled.
So in Squamish, is that all recycled?
Yes.
And what takes place? I'm familiar with what was going on in Williams Lake. They would hog it at the.
Yeah, I can give an example of the Pemberton transfer station. So we have a bin for the drywall. People have to sign off on it in terms of like it's clean drywall. And then it's sent to a facility down in the city that are able to recycle the clean drywall.
2x4s
and 2x4 can be recycled as well. Like there's different options where you can send the materials depending on the type of material you have. So
Is it done in Squamish at that
Yes.
landfill?
Yeah, they all divert.
And where does it go to?
It depends. It sometimes will be, and I don't have the name of the companies now, but it would just depend on the time, like clean drywall, there's a specific company. Mattresses, it's sent to Hope. Dirty wood, it's sent to be for waste to energy. And then clean drywall, some of them will be chipped. And I know some of the clean drywall can be chipped and used at the biosolid facility in Whistler. So yeah, it's a complex, like they have all their, like all items have their own kind of like options and door.
So I'm just wondering with the Lillooet landfill, if a program could be there with bins set up.
And that's what staff is looking at in terms of like, where are those options? How can we send it and at what cost? Because there's also, it's always at what cost.
Yeah, a good example is just what Director Mack was talking about with the container. One time it's for steel, next time it's for tires, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
So when you look at the Goldbridge transfer station, we've got a huge area for tires, a huge area for steel. And eventually it's taken away, right? And like in Williams Lake at the landfill there, because we had the cogen plant right there in Williams Lake, it was hogged on site, the wood, and then taken over to create electricity. So it's short, trip over.
So yeah, that's the whole, like, that's where staff really wants to focus for the future years.
We have lots of questions, but
Yeah, no, I'm done, that's all.
we have a big agenda. Director Rainbow, questions?
No, comment really quick. I think this is a really nice success story. And in my opinion, the success is based on the energy and enthusiasm of you and your team. And I compliment you on that. And I have to say that the communities that I work in, you guys have a really positive reputation. And I think I just encourage you to continue with what you're doing. And I've seen those people out there digging their hands into that. Yeah, anyway. And just one other comment that back in history, in the 90s, what was then the GVRD, which became Metro, had an extensive education program on recycling. Worked a lot in the schools, and I was quite heavily involved with that program. And I noticed on there you've got a little comment about working in schools. And so I'd be happy to sort of share some of that with you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The waste diversion from construction, or the waste from construction, before we get to the diversion of that. Do we have numbers about how much like that of the volume that makes up? Because when I saw your decrease, one of the things that jumped to me is like maybe there was less, deconstruction or construction activities in certain areas that maybe drove that number. Or...
Unfortunately, 2023 was not a year for audit.
To get that number.
to get really to have more like specific and see where's the big difference in the pie. But I'm sure that Squamish and Western must have more data on their construction demolition. I just like focus on the SLRD. And I didn't have yet the time to dig on that. How did we get to that 359 kilos per person? But we will definitely talk to it. Like we communicate with each other, our municipalities together on a constant basis.
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment on that from the Squamish piece where we had some questions around like what facilities are available where they go. There's also another piece, which is the regulation around deconstruction policy to try to reward the diversion, which kind of drives the need for the facility. Like there's an interplay of these things, and I think that's where I was asking that first question, understand like if there's policy pieces we should be considering to help sort of drive some of that behavior, but.
Yeah, and I know that Squamish has good success with the construction and demolition bylaw. And we're looking really into that. But for the SRD and for the north,
it's different.
We need the diversion options before we put any bylaw in place. Like to me, I cannot be hard on residents if they don't have the option. They need the option first, and then we can start being a little bit, start with education, and then at some point starting to be hard on residents or not following, not taking advantage of those programs. But until we have those programs, there's only one place to go, and it's at the landfill. So for construction demolition anyway, or for the drywall, or but yeah, we're looking to Squamish and Western in terms of the construction and demolition bylaw and all of that, and we find it's very, very fantastic, and we're going to try to push and help and support for the south anyway, like from Pemberton, and working with the municipality of Village of Pemberton as well.
Thanks. Director Burke-Jones, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, and thank you. I'd just like to echo the comments that Director Rainbow made. I'm really proud of the work that you guys do for all of us. And I forgot to say earlier that a couple of times in the last year, I've sent you, Mary Lou, some like wildly inaccurate rumors and misinformation about the landfill, and you hopped right on it and fixed it in about 15 minutes. And I just wanted to say thank you for doing that. Good work.
You get the last question.
So you said something about sharps and syringes coming down the pipe. Did they happen to mention, or is this coming, IV bags and hospital supplies? Because the amount of an IV bag is very thick plastic, and then it's covered in another solid plastic bag for transport. So I'm just wondering, it's an incredible amount of waste, and just incredible all through the region, the province, the country.
Medical waste fall under a different category. And it's not even supposed to come to any municipal landfill.
No,
because it's really
So what
different. We don't want it. We want them to manage it properly as per the regulation. So I don't know for IV, and I will bounce back to Vanessa Lafontaine. Vanessa, are you aware if the IV bags are being talked about at the provincial level?
From my understanding, what we know so far is just medical sharps is the key term. I'm just looking at their 5-year plan now, and it sounds like it's like for residents to safely return medical sharps is really what they're saying and what we know at this time.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Again. Point 3, planning and development in the SLRD. Welcome.
Thank you, and happy birthday. So yeah, I'm Kim Needham, Director of Planning and Development at the SLRD. I'm gonna give you a brief presentation on our planning and development department. This was requested by the board some time ago. And that'll follow up with a presentation on agricultural land trust, which was also requested by the board. So with that, I'll start, and if I can get the next slide, please. Do you want me to do the changing? Okay, this is just a flow chart. This shows our organizational chart here of the department. So you can see we've got two sort of sides. We've got the planning sides. We've got Claire, senior planner, Alex, planner, Anna, planner analyst. We've got a new planning and building clerk. That would be Renee Saint-Aubin. And we have our bylaw enforcement officer who deals with both planning and building matters. That's Lee Brodowski. We have our chief building official, Jay McEwen. We have our other building official, who is Harshan Dhaliwal. We have a senior building clerk, Arlene McLean, who many of you know. We have a new planning and building clerk, that is Laura Scar. And then we have a plumbing inspector on a part-time basis, and that is Al Pickles. So that is our department. Next slide, please. So we deal with parts 13 and 14 of the Local Government Act. Part 13 is the regional growth strategy matters, and the rest is development. That's part 14. So we cover off regional resource things, crown land, special projects and reports, which can really vary all over the place, from agricultural to transportation to housing matters. We deal with mapping, that we deal with the entire GIS of the land base, and we issue civic addresses. We also have the building department, and we enforce the BC Building Code and approve, on average, about 100 building permits a year, give or take 20 or 30. And we also cover off bylaw enforcement, which of course everybody loves. So next slide, please. So just going into this a little bit more, we deal with OCPs, zoning, development permits, variances, TUPs, farm special event permits, subdivision review, agricultural land commission referrals. We deal with all the Crown referrals on various Crown matters. We deal with general inquiries about land use, and we support a number of various committees, including agricultural advisory committees. Projects, from a planning point of view this year, we are finishing off the area OCP, I'm hoping this year. We just completed Area B zoning updates, and we just approved all the SHMU bylaws, as you know, that was from yesterday. For Area C, we are working on more zoning updates, and we are hoping to start the OCP update, which was started in 2018. And sort of went on hiatus during the pandemic, and we moved on to other projects, but we hope to do the area AOCP, area COCP, because it didn't have a major overhaul since 1999. And so we've done a lot of updates. It really does need, we need to get back into that project. We also have Area D zoning. Right now, we don't have a lot going on in terms of updates, because that's a fairly new zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. For development projects, we have a number of sort of major projects going on. Britannia Beach, I think some of you saw this on your tour. We're finalizing the development down there. Tiger Bay property is at third reading. Fine Peace has been approved, and we're working on DPs. The first one will be the fire hall. Porto Cove Campground is under application. We have a development permit application for the Lillooet at Main Street. We also have a healing center up in Area C. We have the Braylorn Adventure Lodge in Area A, and we have a rezoning at Wedgwoods, which is proposed to be coming back to us shortly. Next slide, please. Regional growth strategy. I'm not going to get into all of this, but we do cover off regional growth strategy matters. Next slide, please. These are the goals of the RGS. We will be covering these later because we're doing a review this year, so I'll bring those forward under that cover. Next slide, please. This is population growth set out in the regional growth strategy. Next slide, please. These are our settlement lands. Most of them are in Howe Sound, Britannia Beach, Furry Creek, Porto Cove. This is where the majority of development is meant to land under the regional growth strategy for the regional district. Next slide, please. We also have master plan communities, which include Black Tusk, Pinecrest, and Wedgewoods. These are on community sewer and water systems. We also have Braylorn, which is now on community sewer. Most of the rest of the SLRD, as you know, is unserviced. Next slide, please. So as I said, we're going to be doing our 5-year review. We'll have a report coming up shortly on that, and we'll be updating climate change matters. Next slide, please. We have 4 OCPs and 4 zoning bylaws. It's complicated here. It's a lot. It would be great if we could do a zoning bylaw consolidation, as has been done in other areas, both for cost savings and ease of interpretation for both staff and the public. All of our OCPs must conform with the regional growth strategies, and all member municipalities must submit context statements stating how their OCPs are going to address the regional growth statement and be consistent with it over time. Next slide, please. We have a number of bylaws, regulatory bylaws. So we manage noise bylaws, shooting bylaws, unsightly premises, soil deposit and removal, sign bylaws. We do not allow billboards. Various private building schemes are not enforced by the SLRD, and we also do not allow nightly rentals in the SLRD unless zoned. We also have a number of hazard issues in the SLRD. Lots of flood and landslides and risk of fires. In most situations, we require specific geotechnical reports prior to the issuance of building permits. Next slide, please. The Howe Sound East developments, as I mentioned, Britannia Beach, Furry, and Porto are the landing place for most development. We are looking at a new fire service for these areas. New fire hall coming on at Furry Creek, paid for by the developer. And I'll leave it at that. Next slide, please. Britannia Beach North, a number of you visited the new development there, 73 townhouses. There's 225 lots on the uplands, and about 3,000 square meters of commercial and heritage building preservation has gone on there. Next slide, please. This is a picture of Britannia North. Next slide, please. More illustrations of what's going on there. Next slide, please.
It already looks like that.
It does. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's looking really good. I'm really pleased with the heritage preservation that's going on there. Next slide, please. Yeah, and most of the townhouses are now occupied. Next slide, please. And so Britannia Beach South, I think you're all familiar with that. Third reading was given on December 13th, and they're working away on their development agreement now. Next slide, please. 1,050 units are proposed there. Hotel Park, Surf Park, tourist accommodation, Manatee Bay Park will be dedicated as a regional park, and there will be a number of covenanted affordable housing units. Next slide, please. Furry Creek was also approved by the board last year. It's 1,036 acres, huge site, golf course, and lots of new development being proposed. Next slide, please. 750 market dwelling units, 120 non-market dwelling units, 120 resort hotel units, and some commercial. Next slide, please. There will be a maximum of 60 single-family dwellings at Furry. Next slide, please. And there are taller buildings proposed along the waterfront up to 15 stories if fire services are in place. Next slide, please. These are a number of the conditions that are associated with the Furry Creek development zone, but it just shows you some of the amenities that were acquired for that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So Porto Cove was zoned many years ago before my time at the SLRD 1,030 units are proposed mixed residential, commercial and community uses. It's owned by Concord Pacific. They did build a $20 million interchange before the project went quiet. No BPs have been applied for at this time. Next slide, please. Another big thing that we deal with in our department is agriculture. The highest and best use of agricultural land is for agriculture. Electoral areas B, C, and D have agricultural plans. These plans set out the goals for preservation of agricultural land. There is significant acreage in the Pemberton Valley, the Upper Squamish Valley, and in electoral area B within the agricultural land reserve. Next slide, please. This sort of shows you in the green where we have land in the ALR. So in the big scheme of things, it's actually not a lot of land as far as the region goes. Most of it is mountainous land. Next slide, please. When we're looking at agricultural development, we refer to the Canada Land Inventory, which actually has set out every blade of grass in the regional district and given it a categorization in terms of its suitability for agriculture, whether it's wet, whether it's steep, et cetera, et cetera. And so we look at this in reviewing planning matters. Next slide, please. New rules have been introduced by the ALC, allowing for a second farm residence if the property is greater than 40 hectares. They get 186 meters squared if less than 90 meters squared. Houses larger than 500 meters squared need a non-adhering use application. Breweries, meaderies, wineries are allowed, but must produce over 50% of their inputs on the farm. We do not allow RVs to be on farmland, fifth wheels, etc. Next slide, please. The ALC allows all properties in the ALR with farm status to host up to 10 events per year, regardless of parcel size. And yes, this has been a problem for us. They allow a maximum of 150 people. No permanent structures are allowed. Everything must be located on the farm, residential or non-farm use footprint. And Area D also requires a farm special event permit for all farm special events so that we can track things. Farm retail sales are allowed. 50% must be grown on the farm. Agritourism activities are allowed. These cannot include permanent facilities and must be temporary and seasonal. No commercial kitchens and no overnight accommodation is allowed. Next slide, please. Other planning matters that you might want to be aware of. Public hearings now prohibited for holding. We are now prohibited from holding public hearings on projects that are more than 50% residential in nature. Instead, we are required to do notifications. Public hearings are not required at all if zoning is in conformity with OCPs. So that is very often the case. And sometimes we will do public hearings despite that, but we don't have to. All we have to do is notifications. Temporary use permits are something we issue. They can be up to 3 years and renewable for another 3 years. We have a temporary use permit policy as well to give us guidance. Development variance permits, the province has granted local governments the authority to delegate DVPs to the Director of Planning. This authority will save staff and the board time and improve processing time. We will be bringing a report to the board regarding delegation within the next couple of months. Next slide, please. Technology improvements. I've spoken to you about this before, but we are really pleased with our cloud permit system in the building department now. It saves everyone time and money and is very convenient for the public and for professionals that we deal with. The building department has also now utilized Bluebeam software for electronic plan review. So we are very much online in terms of our plan submission and our plan review. We are also in the process of scanning all of our building permit files, which is really awesome. It means that realtors and property owners can access these files from anywhere. They no longer need to have to come into our office in order to view files. We just send a link and it's done. So that's been awesome. Next slide, please. Questions?
Any questions? Very
wants to share this renominated chair?
Oh, that was more, I had a question. Go for it.
Sure.
So, yeah, thanks, Jack. With some of the house on East, I'd heard at different points that this master plan or that one, there was provincial agreements which sort of limited our options, and I come to find out that it wasn't the case for some of the one we've considered. For Porteau, as we move forward there, are we constrained, like with an RGS and so on, by provincial level agreements, or is it really on to this board what we do or don't see going forward?
Through the chair, which is now a chair. Porteau Cove, are you talking specifically to the approved development and the master plan community? That's actually zoned. So they could walk in at any moment and request building permits.
But in general, we can change zoning or RGS or OCP, is there? But I'd understood for some of these other ones, there's an additional layer of provincial agreement or something that constrained us. And that's what I'm curious about.
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
Chair. I would follow up to that. Thanks for that update, as brief as it was on Porto. It has been very quiet, and I was a little surprised that Concord Pacific was, is there a Squamish Nation connection still in that project?
Not that I'm aware of. I haven't spoken to anyone regarding Porto in probably 8 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just follow up on that Porto thing. My understanding was that that Concord Pacific pulled out the nation, that they were partners originally, but they're not anymore. There was some sort of financial arrangement there. So, yeah, they've been sitting on that for years, and I know one of the things they're doing right now is watching what's happening in Britannia and Furry Creek. And there's some sort of movement within their company, apparently. I mean, that's who knows. So if they decided they wanted to go ahead and do something, it's zoned. What else is in place there? I mean, can they just come out with ask for building permits and get going and get some buildings up?
Yeah, through the chair, there would be a requirement for certain development permits prior to building permits. There's also a development agreement. So there would be some obligations set out in that. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Thanks for that update. That's really helpful, and I think it sets a good context for the next several months. So, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we will move along to your next presentation, which is agricultural land trusts. Okay, and back to you.
All right. Thank you. Kim Needham, Director of Planning and Development Services. So I'm going to give a presentation on agricultural land trusts. This was requested by the board some months ago. So we'll start. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a background on some of the issues facing agriculture, food, and our eating future. This is going to be a little bit Debbie Downer, so I apologize, but we'll just move through that onto some solutions. So next slide, please. Many of you are aware the world has food security issues. There are 210,000 new humans being introduced to the planet every day. We are experiencing challenges with fisheries in decline. Some fisheries are collapsed. We see this in our own cod fishery in the east. We have increasing world meat consumption, depleted topsoil, polluted topsoil, damaged topsoil, and we are seeing bee pollinator die off. Next slide, please. With climate change, it's creating difficulties for growers due to flooding, droughts, and pest infestation. We had a recent example of this in Abbotsford. with the floods there. Rising fuel costs affect the cost of food transport, cost of fertilizers and inputs, and I think we've all seen food prices increase at a staggering rate over the past few years. Farmers are experiencing crop failures, aquifers are getting salinated, polluted, and depleted, reducing the ability to irrigate in hot areas, which is a real challenge, especially in the food baskets of Mexico and California. Next slide, please. In BC, we are less than 30% food self-sufficient, meaning we are only producing about 30% of our food within BC. Only 5% of the land base is suitable for farming, and only 1% is of high quality. Just to keep up with population growth, farmers will need to increase production 30% by 2025 and increase irrigation by 49%. That's a 2011 stat. I don't have an update to this, but I'm pretty certain we have not met this requirement. We are also seeing foreign countries, foreign corporations, and foreign nationals buying up farmland in British Columbia. We don't have to look much further than the Pemberton Valley to see that. Next slide, please. We also have a shortage of farmers. The most recent census showed out of the 40,000 plus people in the SLRD, only 175 people are classified as farm workers. And the median age in 2021 was 57 years. So they're aging out. The SLRD grew 18% from 2016 to 2021, BC by 7.6% and Canada by 5.2%. So we are growing more than the rest of the Canada, and we're a fast growing region. We're seeing food banks under pressure, and we're seeing oversubscribed community gardens and greenhouses. Next slide, please. So sustainable food security has the characteristics of a public good, and as such, it requires adequate and stable financial support from government. This is from the World Economic and Social Survey of 2011. So agricultural land trusts don't require a lot of money to get started, and I'll get into that a little bit now. Next slide, please. So what is an agricultural land trust? It is a trust. These are used extensively to protect land in trust for the public. They are generally established to support sustainable agriculture for the benefit of local communities in perpetuity. Next slide, please. The UK has a long history of land trust allotments, which are generally about 250 square meters each. Most are provided by local governments. So people in the UK often have access to these allotments where they can grow their own food. Many land trusts exist in BC, and there are several that are specific to agricultural land. Next slide, please. Most are structured as nonprofits and are run by a board of directors or a committee structure. They can enter into contracts, hold covenants, and can issue tax receipts, etc. Few land trusts have been started by local or regional governments, but there are 3 notable land trusts in the CRD, the RD-EK, and the CVRD. Most of these were established for conservation purposes, but some may include agricultural land. Next slide, please. Benefits of agricultural land trusts. Local food systems are protected somewhat against climate change and energy price pressures. It decommoditizes land. It encourages young farmers and new farm entrants. It ensures the continuation of small farms. It ensures community access to productive farmland in perpetuity, and it supports food banks and low-income families. Next slide, please. Provides it's in many cases a better use of land depending on the parcels. Protects the natural environment, wetlands, etc. Can provide farming space and access. It can protect against foreign land purchases. It enables community farming education programs. And it can provide food security to the region in perpetuity. Next slide, please. So an agricultural land trust could allow the SLRD to tie other programming in, education, food banks, wildland and wetland preservation, trails, food tourism, energy, etc. These can promote and encourage a regional food sector and create jobs. They can address a number of SLRD and municipal policies in support of agriculture. They can also have amenities as well as land, and can provide long-term revenue sources, for program support. So they can be very low cost, but also deliver big benefits over the short and long term. Next slide, please. So staff of the ALC and Ministry of Agriculture have policies in support of preservation of ag land, as does the SLRD and its member municipalities. And members of the public seem to be generally in support in our OCPs of preserving agricultural land and supporting the agricultural sector. Next slide, please. What does it cost? This slide gives you an indication of total assessment values, which, by the way, have tripled since about 2011. It's pretty interesting to look at the numbers. And it also gives you the number of households here on this slide. If, for example, the SLRD wanted to raise $800,000 per year towards land acquisition, based on the number of households, et cetera, there could be a requisition of approximately $28 per year per tax folio, depending on property values. Next slide, please. So one way of doing this could be to do this by way of a service establishment bylaw, which could include an assent of electors. It may also be possible to do an alternative approval process, which requires less than 10% objection. We may have grants available to analyze the options to set this up. Next slide, please. So if the board were to see some value in this and to want to move forward, essentially if there was a service created, the Ag Trust could be established, funds held within the trust. There would need to be a decision as to whether this was run by the SLRD or to create an arm's length nonprofit. Then there would be a need, of course, to determine the procedures and mandate and rules of the Ag Trust. The funds in the trust can pay for staff, purchase of agricultural amenities and agricultural land. And the trust can grow over time or be capped at a certain amount for a number of years. So, for example, the trust could be formed, it could raise money for a number of years, acquire land, and then it could raise money for a few more years to create a fund that could then be put towards supporting the ongoing operations of the land trust. Next slide, please. Yeah, and if the SLRD were to establish an agricultural land trust to protect farmland and promote food security, the SLRD would be a trailblazer in Canada in terms of agricultural land protection. Next slide, please. That's it.
Oh,
Happy vegetables.
Thank you very much, Director Rainbow. I've got the whole list now. Thank you. Director Rainbow?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said I had a list.
Yeah.
This is great. I really enjoyed listening to all this and looking at the possibilities. And the first thing that came to mind is that some of the work that Squamish Can is doing and Crystal with her group is kind of ties in very nicely with this. And I think if we were to go anywhere, proceed with this, that we should do it we should talk to them. We should involve them in any discussions. I really hope. One of my favorite books at the moment is called From What Is to What If, and one of the sections in there it talks about food production and how there is tons of stuff around, tons of land around that is underused or not used at all. That you don't need to have 2 hectares or 10 hectares or anything like that. A small plot, if someone's given permission, they can grow things on it. And that's the kind of thing we should be thinking of. We should be looking at that. For example, I'll give you an example. Britannia Ridge, where we've got that piece of land that we've got tenancy of it from the province, that piece of crown land. There's a paved road along the side of the creek, and next to that paved road, there's a strip of sort of grassy, scrubby area, probably 100 yards long and probably 100 meters and probably 5 meters wide. You could put a lot of little allotments along there. We've already got a community garden planned, but that area, if we wanted to, if we did a bit of initiative, a bit of leadership, we could create a little farm along there. So I'm right into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was kind of timely and with the BC Hydro LaJoy Dam project. You see, I've initiated looking into a BC Hydro trust for Brisbane Valley. And the valley at one time, before it was flooded, had many farms on it. And there's a couple of pictures in my presentation or, in my director report that talks to it. But there were a lot of farms and they actually fed about 5,000 people that used to live there at one time when all the mines were running. So with your access and accommodation study, if you've looked at it at all, you'll see one of the areas for accommodations is on the agricultural land that's to the east of Mosen Pond. And it was in the 2009 wildfire. And there's an area in there that, and that's why I picked that area, because it's in the agricultural land. And when I had discussions with them, I talked to them about, you're gonna have power there, the power line's right there, you're gonna have power, you're probably gonna have a deep well, that you're gonna need wherever you have your camp. And that's why it's on there. Because then it could be turned into a farm. That area is ponderosa pine, which means it gets hot. So it's a perfect spot for one of these. So in combination of the trust, why I'm going for the trust, that's one of the reasons, because they took away all our agricultural land that was really good agricultural land in the valley, a lot of. So perfect. Thank you for the presentation.
No, thank you very much. I just think about how expensive it's getting to farm. I went and got hay from my cousin yesterday. And he's telling me the tractors that I would say were 200,000 are now 400,000 and 500,000. Last year he spent 52,000 on fuel and 102,000 on fertilizer. So there's over $150,000 just there to start growing crops. Like he said, it's getting to the point now where they're being priced right out of the market, no matter how efficient they are. Like I say, our family's been in farming for generations, hundreds of years, as a matter of fact. And he said, it's getting to the point now where he's looking at his 2 grandsons are there working on the farm. And he's thinking, how do I keep this thing going to keep them going, right? So I don't know, there's some challenges ahead.
$12, right?
What's that?
That's why a bag of apples is $12.
Well, and a bale of hay now, that used to be $5 is now $12, right? And it's still not enough.
Thank you. Director Patton.
Yeah, thank you. 2 questions. One, the 800,000 per year, is that a recommendation and a specific recommendation, and why that number?
It's a number that would be significant enough that it could start to build into a fund that could actually acquire some significant pieces of land.
Okay. I guess related to that, in Squamish, we've, through CAC's community amenity contributions, got some property that's been dedicated to community gardening or agriculture. It's not technically a land trust, but similar sort of end result. And so is there a reason why community amenity contributions or amenity cost charges, which are coming, those things weren't mentioned, or is there a hybrid, or is there a reason to do it this way?
Well, there are many ways to set these things up, and in many cases, they're nonprofits, perhaps established by, you know, wealthy endowments, right? But those are few and far between, and so if we want to see real agricultural preservation, I think there has to be local government intervention in order to prop something up. And so yes, we have acquired agricultural amenities through development. As Director Rainbow mentioned, we've got community gardens going in and certain developments at Britannia Beach and in Furry Creek. Those are not going to cover off the items such as Director Demare mentioned. And so an ag trust, it could, you know, purchase smaller parcels throughout the region and manage them in ways that are specific to community needs and desires. And it could set up all sorts of programming and et cetera, associated with those. So I think the land trust would allow for more flexibility in terms of how we choose parcels and how we sort of program them.
Director Herford is left, so Director French, and then I have Director Birch-Jones. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm the Squamish Council representative appointed to the Food Policy Council. So this is all very relevant and interesting for me. I felt like there was a lot of Squamish Can and Food Policy Council wording verbiage in your report. Are you working closely with Squamish Can, Crystal? Or just, I think, question number one, did you work with them on this report?
I did not. However, we do work with them on a lot of the Area D matters. Yeah.
Okay, so that would have been my next question. The work that you could be doing could also, working with them, be relevant for the other areas up to the north?
I think that the nice thing about an agricultural land trust is it can be set up and managed in any way we want. And so if we wanted to bring in advisors from the Squamish Can to assist in like Area D matters, we could do so. We could even have them advise on other areas if needed. It's really something that would have to be determined in the future, but there's a lot of flexibility. They can be sort of anything we want them to be. It means that we have a pool of funds that can be directed to agriculture throughout the region in any way we want to.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And Director Birch-Jones.
Thank you. This is really an excellent presentation, and I appreciate your thinking on this. And as sort of other directors have said, there's CAN, but please remember that we also have the Lillooet Agriculture and Food Society here in Area B, and they'd probably be thrilled to know about this idea. I completely support what you're suggesting. I'd like us to put it on our list if we have things to do. One of the issues here is, of course, and it wasn't mentioned in your presentation, is we really need to get local stores to sell local food. There's a lot of barriers there. One, we have not enough farmers in Area B for the amount of farmland here, and I can think of a couple of primo properties that would fit for purchase very nicely, but we're still short the actual farmers. There is also another group, Ms. Needham, is the young agrarians who may have some contributions to this committee or as advisors. Yeah, and we do have some very good innovations having here in Area B and Lillooet for selling local food. There's a lot that could be built on. So I'm just very excited about what you're presenting and thinking, and I support it 100%. Thank you.
So I think this could be a really interesting conversation to be had by the area directors at the committee to then come forward with a proposal at a future date on how you'd like to handle this. Not to shuffle the work over to you guys, but I think that that's kind of where this lands next. If you're into
No, I
that.
agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So, let's do that. And thank you, Ms. Needham. Welcome. This is good work and exciting. I think, there's so many opportunities for us to explore and so many that are out of our jurisdiction. And so there's a lot of advocacy to be done here as well. Thank you. You.
I think there's a presentation. Hi, everyone. Using one of the new SLRD presentation templates. Heather Paul, CA of SLRD. This presentation was originally scheduled for April 25th, 2024 and moved to today. It's about the fuel, which stands for follow up action list. That also means the gas in our tank and anything we will work forward with as staff and board working together. Next slide, please. So a couple things to keep in mind about what the fuel is and what it isn't, and why we're here today. It tracks the resolutions of the board, the EAD, PBIS, and other committees. We have a bit of a thought process here where if it's less than an hour's work, we do the work. If it's more than an hour's work, we ask the board to make a resolution and to consider everything on the list. They make that resolution to direct staff to work. Some can be an hour's work and some can be a multi-year project using resources across the organization. So again, when you see one fuel, it could be a check being processed and a letter being written to a nonprofit who's received $2,500 in funding from health funds, or it could be a multi-year regional transit project. One of the limitations of our current application for fuel is that there's no really way of measuring that. There's also no way of aligning it with our strategic plan. Our hope is that every motion here supports our general governance and our strategic priorities. New software that we've talked about, including government framework, could make this process a lot easier and a much more transparent to not only the board here and also the constituents. An example, yeah, so next slide, please. So fuels are not a reflection of all works and projects. So for example, communications and HR department have actually very few little fuels on their list, but they are internally supporting almost every project that is listed. The general operations of the organization still need to go forward, currently still to be running. Changes in provincial legislation and major events trigger work that aren't fuels. Recent changes in housing legislation and fire recovery efforts can be something that you see. I would say those two things have taken up an immense amount of staff time without being directed by the board for over the last year. Next slide, please. So just some statistics on the fuel. And I want to be careful that we're not going through these items line by line today. This is for 10,000. I'm giving you a 3,000 foot look, reminding that we're a 30,000 foot team here. However, understanding what's in the queue and how long has some of these things been in the queue. So there's 42 in the queue. There's 109 in progress. So 42 in the queue means no work's being done on it and no work's planned to be done on it in 2024. It's been moved to 2025. 109 are in progress, which means work has started on it for this year now, or will be started before the end of December. 11 are discontinued, and we actually rescinded many of them at the last board meeting. So again, this presentation was following up to April. And I want to let you know that in the last 10 years, 5,450 of these have been completed. So recognizing that even though this doesn't reflect all the work of the team, and probably is, it depends on which team, how much it reflects their workload during the day. 5,450 follow-up action items have been completed in the last 8 weeks. Next slide. So by division, just an idea of fuels. Finance gets the most of them. I think just from what I previously stated, goes every motion for a payment goes to finance. So that's why you're seeing a lot of numbers in finance there. Those are all those check processing. We've added a new process to also the CAO's office and the executive assistant will also be communicating to all the people receiving funding so that we're more efficient in preventing follow-up phone calls. We're getting ahead of it and letting them know right away. Within a day or two of the resolution that they are successful or not successful with the requests. So we'll break it down, but you can see where these fuels land for the most part. I'd like to keep in mind the CAO at 15% because during restructuring last year, the CAO's staff numbers went from 4 to 1, so 3 to 1. So we are limited in delivering without the policy analysts and resources that were originally there. I think I'm seeing a bit of a slowdown on that as a result, and trying to figure out how to triage that, which just means possibly delivering them to different divisions. Next slide, please. So last year, 571 were completed. The oldest item is 11 years old. We've completed 15% more compared to last year. And the average decrease in completed is 17%. So we've added 15% more fuels compared to last year. So this year compared to last year, right as we're tracking now, this time last year, we had 15% less fuels from the board. So 15% less motions to directing work. We're seeing a decrease in completion this year. Now that is because as more work comes, you're gonna see less completed. It also can reflect the magnitude of that fuel and the amount of work involved in the request. Next slide, please. So the next steps on the fuel is to review. So we're going to, as a group internally by staff, we start looking at these on a monthly basis in a more strategic way, trying to avoid status updates. So I wanna review these without avoiding like what's going on with this one, what's going on with that one. Hopefully we don't go for line by line. I think there might be a few that we want to discuss and pull out, that's okay. But just for the sake of time, again, it's one of those things to keep everyone understanding of what's in the queue as we make decisions moving forward. We have already rescinded in April, the ones that were going to be cleared from the queue that we requested. If there's any on that list that you feel could also be rescinded, we were very conservative in our requests because believing in democracy, this is the desire of the board, and we were very hesitant in asking for anything to be rescinded that didn't glaringly was no longer needed or had staled out. Reprioritize. So if there's anything that has been deprioritized that is felt by this board to actually be important, or current conditions or changing conditions made it more important, and reaffirm the value of implementing performance management software. So the work to go into creating this fuel list was a lot. It's not something that we would like to continuously do. And I think that a fall implementation of performance management software that will also include workflow automation that will allow for that whole conversation that we talk about. Sometimes capacity doesn't mean adding more people. It means what can we do less of? What are we doing now that has a low value that we can do less of and automate and bring on more efficiencies? This is a big picture exercise. What I'd like to do, I think, is the next slide, please. Yeah, okay. What I'd like to do is I expect everyone's looked at the fuel, and I would like to have questions from the table at this point. We considered a few things. We considered turning it into a survey and asking everyone to prioritize them. We can still do that if you want to create a survey. But we also wanted to think about, let's do a high level overview of what's in the queue so that everyone understands what's there. There's 571 items I think it's actually more now, waiting to be completed. And so as we move forward in our decisions, ensuring that they're meeting our strategic priorities and they have a priority. There's other things I'd like to discuss too in future meetings. At the next time we go through our strategic planning, I would like to also introduce an idea of weighted measurements, questions that we ask. So we weight our decisions. Is it aligned with our priorities? Is there a budget? Is there a champion? How many people does this decision affect? What's the overall impact on our community? That sort of thing. Any questions?
How does 572 relate to 42 plus 109? I would have thought 42 plus 109.
Yeah, if you go, the numbers were changing every time the presentation was made. So if it is a little bit off, I apologize. The ones 572 is the ones that have been opened. Some of them may be closed.
Okay, so there's not a list of 572 waiting. There is a list of 109 in progress and 42 in the queue, which would be 150 something.
Yeah, and the
But
list
there's
isn't-
572 that have been done in the last year
Yeah.
or are in progress.
Yeah, 571 have been completed this year.
My question is, how is it decided whether something goes to the fuel or ends up being actioned immediately? So there's a desire for, like oftentimes we'll have resolutions come off the floor to set up a new service. To investigate setting up a new service. And then does that just go into the fuel, or is there a way that the board could say, actually, we want that to go to the top of the priority list and be actioned right away?
Really good question. Through the chair. Every motion is a fuel. So every time a motion is made, it goes into that tracking software.
Correct.
And then the priority of it is at times what's being heard in the moment.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's profit said you have until June 21st and then
Yeah.
everything goes there. I think we could do better on discussing priorities. I think that the group here is starting to answer those questions themselves.
Yeah.
If I ask for this, what am I saying? What am I asking people to do less of, or how am I bringing resources?
Yeah.
I can say clearly to this team that nobody on this staff are waiting for work. They have work. So yeah, we had a good example is we had a wonderful presentation requesting more staff time to be supporting the Squamish Conservation Society, and great. The question is, what less is going to be done as a result of that? Or how do we more look, can we consider that in a next year's budget and actually prepare for that?
Thanks.
Okay, Director Rainbow.
Yeah, I just want to first just give you an example of something that happened a few years ago. We wanted to put a couple of toilets down at the park at Ferry Creek. And I talked to the CEO at the time and said, we need a permit from Modi to use their right of way. And the CEO said to me, and we'd like to get it done by the summer. The CEO said to me, that's impossible, we've got too much work. And I understood this, too much work and it'll never get done. Why don't you do it yourselves? I thought, oh, okay. So we went to the Ferry Creek Community Association, communicated with Modi, got the permits, arranged for the construction, it was all done. And the only involvement from this organization was approving the money to pay for it. And it got done within about 3 months. So my question leading from that, having experienced that, how do we feel about looking at that fuel list and say as individual directors, if I see something in Area D that I think we could manage with an organization that already exists in Area D to take do the work. How do we feel about me coming to the board and saying, we would like to take ownership of that item, remove it from the list, save staff time, gets the job done, community feels good, and it gives them a sense of sort of responsibility, taking responsibility for building their own community?
That's a good question. I think that would have to be answered on a case by case basis. It would depend, for example, a good example would be what feels like a logical request for the individual fire services to manage the campfire bans. But the impact that has on the SLRD when it comes to accountability and enforcement is not something we could deliver out to those. So I think it's a case by, I think it's a great question, and I think it's a great question to ask ourselves, and I think it would be case by case.
So all I'm looking for is permission to raise that question with you. So if I came and said, I'd like to do this one, then the answer is, no, we can't for these reasons. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But you might look at it and say, yeah, why not? So
I think you have permission to raise every question you have.
okay, here we go. Thank you.
What if we did the survey as you suggest to understand the prioritization for the board? And one of the multiple options is, so you've got high priority needs to be done right away, medium priority still needs to be done, and then low priority or whatever. And then another option of this could be assigned to a community group, like the picnic table yesterday. Could a community group take on the picnic table rather than it being staff time? So that you could, and then what you would see from the resulting survey responses would be, this is super high importance and a community group. Like, I think that there's some reasonable, and then there will be some that, no, it's not reasonable for a community group to take on that project because there are many different permissions and permits that need to be granted.
I'm not going to be coming and saying, can we develop a cost center?
No. Big finance work.
I'd be okay with that. No.
That particular example I gave you was just
Yeah.
direct communication
For sure.
with Modi and
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Okay, I will go to Director Pettengill, then Director Hopful. And
Yeah. I guess start with an observation first, then get to a question. I noticed there are a number of wood fiber forest things which were response to EAO things. I think I saw letters go out, so in some of the cases, I think we actually did it even though it says in progress. Other ones, we've missed the deadline, and so probably most or all of those ones can come off, and I guess it's a learning for me that on that sort of thing, you should maybe put in a date, and then we can just pull it off if it doesn't get done, or raise a flag when we're making the motion about it, like, we're not gonna get to this. But I think a number of them we did actually do. But that may be saving some. I guess my question, hearing like the idea of a survey, there's a part of me that thinks that, we did our strategic plan and that should be defining the priority of these, and it feels a little bit uncomfortable to get into these line items and prioritizing them sort of separate from the strategic plan, like, and so I guess my question is, how do we connect those two things?
yeah, I would have to go through that lens of the strategic plan. So maybe it's selected items that go on the survey. It's not ones that are of strategic importance and regional significance would have to be, obviously, that's not up for debate. There's some that have to be done.
Through the chair, thank you. But some of the wood fiber ones, there's not confirmation whether or not it was sent because the correspondence itself can't be found. So that again speaks to the government frameworks and that need to have that there. Government frameworks would also be flagging each one of these with the strategic priority. So the city of Quatlet does this, and every fuel is flagged to the priority. So you can actually just see from a dashboard where your strategic priorities, how many are being met here in the queue, et cetera. And I share both feelings about the survey. Feels granular. However, lots of changeover on leadership, and perhaps for me is something really important here that actually hasn't been touched in 10 years, is something really important here that is not in the queue for 2024. And I think that's really my biggest question. Otherwise, being guided by the board, being guided by our strategic priorities, that's how we're making decisions on when things get done. And capacity.
Thank you. Director Hopful, then Director Birch-Jones, and then we're gonna move along.
So my question is, how long does something stay in the queue when it's completed. So there's just one I'm looking at, well, there's a couple, but one of them was reimbursement for eligible expenses. It was 2 months ago. Does that mean that the directors haven't put in for their eligible expenses, or are they all paid and it takes a while to get out of the queue? It's just for, you know, when we're talking about adding something to the queue, I wanna know how long it takes to get it out of there. And is it up to all of us to make sure that we've got our receipts in so that it can come out of the queue?
Through the chair, two answers. One of them, I understand that pretty much for 6 months it's open because sometimes some directors go monthly, some people like to do bulk quarterly or semi-annual. If I had one thing, I would not have all of these. I mean, I think sometimes it's more work to manage the fuel list of checks and expenses than to do the work.
Right.
So as I said, the finance queue can be a bit of a misrepresentation of work because there are some small ones. For full transparency, I kept them in there. Could have presented it without those because they.
So is there something that we can do better to?
No, we're good. Yeah,
Last comment. Go ahead.
Yeah. Regarding ones that are missing, that were actually on the April fuel, because I've highlighted them here. Well, now, how do we deal with ones that are missing?
So I think probably just an email to me if you feel like the list isn't accurate.
Oh, and Director Birch Jones, go ahead and then.
Thank you. And CAO Paul, will it be all right if I just follow up with you on that request for the MOU with the Statlium Cultural Center? Because I just want to make sure we're not dropping balls on that one. I see it's dated as coming in as a request February 2023.
Yeah, I think individual following up with me would be good.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
I'd like to point out that anything missing and anything that feels like it's not there or accurate. Again, we are dealing with software that is not easy for this kind of management and presentation, so it could just be missing for that reason.
So your desired outcome from this information report is a.
Well, I think there's probably a few. One of them is just a overall holistic view of what's coming in and some stats. I think it probably would be worth to keep letting everyone know semi-annually or annually what our stats are, how are we doing. We've got way more fuels coming in, way less. I think that I would hold off until an implementation of the new software, just because I think we'll probably get more intelligent data from it and more reliable data. And I think on our part, this fuel list also gives me a checklist on talent management, performance management as well, knowing that this is not a reflection of all the work that happens in this organization. I think clarity on whether or not a survey is required might help, because it has been suggested and also counter suggested. So I think that would be the only one.
Okay.
So any resolution here adds something to the fuel.
Yeah, I got it.
Does it need a resolution to take things off fuel, or can you just take, if something's completed, can you just take it off?
Anything completed that I feel it's completed,
You just take it off?
It's taken off by the manager.
But if it's something that maybe needs to be rescinded, then it would come to us and you'd need a resolution.
My comfort level would be that it's rescinded at this time. Yeah.
Not at this meeting.
No.
For clarity.
If there are items, but if there are items that you're going to the list and you feel like rescinded, we'd be happy to take that.
Yeah.
Take that on. If there's something that felt like a really good idea at the time, but kind of got replaced by other government, and sometimes provincial programs come in and replace it.
Thank you.
Okay, so how do we feel about a survey? Or the options would be, I think, first we receive the information report, second, go through the fuel, send Heather emails on ones that you feel strongly about, or we do a survey that kind of I think that adds more work to you, Bill.
It does.
So
Let's work.
why don't we just go through with an email if there's ones that you see that you feel are worth mentioning, an email to Heather, copy me, and then we can go away and see what that results in. And we'll kind of.
Maybe look at it at the next EAD meeting
Yeah.
as well, you know. So,
Go ahead, Chris.
Well, just, going back to my question, if we sort of head down this road, I wonder if preemptively we might also ask for an explanation of how it relates to the strategic plan, so that, ultimately this will probably come to the board for rescinding or reprioritizing, and so for the rest of us have that information, we can, sort of understand when we're reading through the report before the next meeting.
I feel like that's on us. If you're gonna suggest that something should be moved to the top of the priority list, all of our board packages are available on and searchable, so quite easy, I think, for us to do that work. I don't wanna add more staff.
Oh, no, that's what I was suggesting, if we're writing and saying,
Yeah.
hey, I want this one, maybe include that when you submit.
Yeah, but I don't wanna add, explain how this links back, because that's another year's.
Yeah, not for staff to do that, no, that isn't.
Okay, I'll go Sal and then Jack.
Yeah, one question on the future, you got in status, you got in progress and active. And then just farther down in your explanation, you've got, where was it now? In queue, in progress, disconnected. So can you explain the differences?
Yeah, the last board report had the proper wording. Unfortunately, when this was re-exported for a more updated list, that was missed. And again, that's about the limitations of the software and a lot of human editing that has to happen between this coming out of the software and going here. And we had an incident that made it technically impossible to update it properly. So I apologize for that it says active.
What does active mean then? In
So
queue?
if in process means active would mean in queue then. I have to go back to my presentation. You give me a moment. I don't want to misquote myself. This is why it was all edited. So sorry. Yeah, so in process or in progress, it means it's being worked on. Active means it exists. And it's no planned work for 2024.
Okay.
It will happen. Without looking through them individually and keeping in mind that the software has some major limitations, that's where it is.
I'm gonna make the motion that we receive the information upload.
if I could make a comment before that.
You can.
We
We have a monster list of,
Just want to give it.
yeah.
Just when you look at this list, there's a ton of things on here for finance, where an approval has been given to, $2,000 to here or whatever. Could they be kept separate? So that because those are basically are automatic, they once they've been approved. And they go to finance and the next check round it gets done and so that's happening and then we just focus on the things that anyway, that's what.
Can you send out a new list with the ones that are negotiable?
Yeah, through the chair, yes. And as I said, for full transparency, I kept it in there.
Yeah.
However, managing the fuel list for checks probably is more work than writing a check. So in the future, I'd like to see it managed differently. That's more, again, where's your value versus toil?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no, I know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll move whatever
Proceed in
you
the
just said.
information.
Yes.
Thank you. Seconded. And any further comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, moving along to 6.6, an information report regarding a BC Hydro Trust for Area A. You want to speak to it?
I I don't really know what's to speak to it, because we brought it up.
But
I can speak to it.
Yeah.
So this is on the agenda because when it was originally presented in April, or I think it was April, was it April? I think it was originally presented in
Yeah.
April. The motion was to not consider it until a review of the fuel was, because the concern of the board was what work are we taking off in order to do this work? And where are we prioritizing it on the list? Not that in a really granular way, but just more of a, I'd like to have a more fulsome picture of the workload before having the discussion. That's what we heard from the board, which is why it's following the fuel
Thank you.
list.
On that aspect, this is, it's very unfortunate, but with all the recovery efforts that are going on and gonna continue on for a number of years, it has put extra load on staff. We've also got this major project coming that, the Joy Dam project, which is a perfect timing for Area A to be looking at a trust. So it needs to be at least at a minimum, as I mentioned in my director report, that I fund $5,000 for staff to do a little bit of legwork to look at the feasibility and of us actually making this happen.
Okay,
So I'll make that motion.
yeah, the question first, go ahead.
I have yeah, not so much a question, but I do know that the district of Lillooet put $20,000 into this this BC Hydro Trust, Bridge River Lillooet Trust it's called. And I have a lot of information that goes back to the beginning of it and up until about 3 years ago. So I think that would be a major piece of this workload too.
Okay,
So if we're going to do something, I think that information should be shared and then kind of move forward on that.
okay. So the motion that you would like to make is that the SLRD pursues the feasibility and process involved in creating a trust for Area A with the provincial government. And in your language, you say the Area A, as in, it doesn't say staff and it doesn't say director, but you said to me verbally that you've been talking with the MLA in your region about this and that she was doing the legwork?
No.
No,
No, not yet.
okay.
She needs the authority from the board.
Can we give
That's-
authority to an MLA?
That came from CAO.
Yeah,
I can't remember motions on the floor.
there is no motion on the
Okay.
floor.
So there's, in pursuant to this, Director Demar was sending emails to levels of government, BC Hydro, pursuing this. And including me, my email back to Director Demar was, I don't know anything about this. I've looked through all of the motions and I don't see any direction for staff to do this work. That's that hour versus direction. And by including me on it, it almost puts the SLRD's approval of the work being done when the SLRD board has not done that. So I asked him to remove me because there's an appearance of authorization and authority by having me there, until such time as the board can please do that in review and have it directed as work.
Right.
And then there is authority of the board, because by including me, it has that authority of the SLRD, whereas Director Demar otherwise was operating as authority of him as a private citizen.
Okay. So I guess the only way to move on is
I've got-
put your motion on the floor.
Yeah.
And see if the board
Okay,
wants to support it.
that, there's two resolutions. That the SRD Area A pursues the feasibility and process involved and creating a BC Hydro Trust for Area A with the provincial government. That up to $5,000 from Area A select funds be used for SLRD staff engagement as required at this early investigatory stage. This will include but not limited to securing the digital copies of the documents urban systems created for the Ridge River and Lillooet BC Hydro Trust.
Okay, does anyone want to second that motion? Director Mack seconds it. Go ahead.
How was the funding part of that? Sorry, I did miss some of the setup for this, but how did the funding part of that be, the number arrived at? I get the funding source, but is that,
$5,000.
yeah, is that an appropriate, we some deal with too many $5,000 things, so I just wonder if that's an appropriate, or how you decided that was appropriate.
Up to 5,000. This is just very preliminary. Staff work really is not going to be a lot. It's the MLA assistant that will be doing a lot of the legwork at the very start.
Okay, so
We won't know until that happens. That's why I put in that up to 5,000.
You're comfortable if staff stops work when they get to that $5,000?
That's,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and your question?
Yeah, so the idea then is that we just, there needs to be the minister or the MLA, sorry, will need some documentation, a little bit of understanding. That's what we're putting together. We hand over to the MLA and then they'll take this on. That's the idea here.
Yeah. What we need to know is what does it take to do this? And then, what's the feasibility of us actually being able to do it?
And so do we need another piece in here that the board also asks that the MLA take this forward once it's ready, or that comes later?
This feels very clunky, and there's a big piece to this about the actual staff capacity that I should have opened questions before putting this motion on the floor, because there are questions about, does this fit into our current budget? What year do you want this to be done? Do you want this to be done now? Because that is another piece we need to understand.
All I need is this resolution passed. The staff at the start will not be engaged.
It's easy to say, but there are many more considerations that even I don't know what questions to ask. Jack.
Through the chair to the CEO, does this resolution like this that volunteers money from a director dictate where this lands in your work plan? Or is that decided based on prioritization of the work that you have in front of you? I just don't want to see us starting to use funding out of pots of money that are not under the direct control of the board, directing the work of the organization.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, money at this point is not our issue. I don't have policy analysts reporting to the CAO. So this would go to likely strategic services. Strategic services currently has many projects that we're working on. So the board would need to have this as a priority, or I'd suggest budgeting it into 2025 for work being done planned. My question that I can't seem to answer in my head is, where does the advocacy of how much of this is staff time and where is it? And I think because the EADs have asked this question a lot, and we always ask this question, what is in the EAD's job mandate to be working on behalf of the SLRD and advocating and working with government staff on projects such as these, thinking that they're relieving staff time, while at the same time we have to be concerned about our responsibilities, our safety, our risk, and ensuring that the board, the democratic decisions of the board are being met. So it's a good question, and I would have to talk to staff on where this could fit. I already put into pressing projects onto strategic services in the last 30 days. And the recovery efforts from the Downton Lake are our top priority for almost anything, and it's taking up a lot of staff time. So my question is, could it wait until a 2025 discussion? Or my question is, which I think is more of a closed and more about I think we should probably go into closed, which is more about personnel and where the role of the board elected official is and where the role of the staff member is, and should elected officials be negotiating with other levels of government? And because that is one way Director DeMar has kindly relieved staff time. Is that the role? Is the question. So that's where I am. There's likely research and document management, getting all the documents together. We talked about that. There's a lot of, if I gave this much piece of paper to staff, they're gonna read it. Their staff do a good, fulsome, they don't do anything halfway. So it will be fulsome work for them.
I guess speaking to the motion that's on the board, I'd just say that I'm supportive of the idea of funding this work. I'm not supportive of this motion saying anything about prioritization. So if this is just a funding motion, okay.
Yeah.
But prioritization is not included in this, it's just a funding decision.
The key to all this is that, you know, our local MLAs, they're there to serve the public. And Area A wants to see something happen that they can work on. So whether we have a staff person helping them, working with them, or whether the local community does it, we need to be able to utilize our MLAs. Basically, they're underserving
Well,
our community.
can I suggest though, that they don't take direction from us? So if she wants to do the work, or if her office can do the work, then they should be doing the work.
Yeah, but
So they shouldn't be taking
but
direction from us.
but CAO, we needed a resolution to say that.
To commit
that's why
our
we
staff
wanted-
time,
No, not our staff time.
well, that's
To,
what
for
the
them to
motion says.
work on this, just like it stated there.
Okay, so to the, as this is, okay. Do we need,
I can change the resolution, because
fail the motion and recraft the motion to better reflect what we're trying to say? Can I encourage us all to, because we've got the motion on the floor, and it's not doing, and there's more questions coming out than there are positions, I think that's the only way we move forward. Is that fine? Yeah.
I think that's fine. I think that one, parceling it off, that Area A pursues the feasibility and process involved in creating a BC Hydro Trust for Area A with provincial government. Hearing from Director Crompton, it's not, it's likely something that is better, it's for the betterment of the community, it services Area A. I don't think there's disagreement on that.
No. Okay, so, oh yeah, so if we fail the motion because they're grouped together, then it fails both and they can't come back.
Does it?
No, we can fail it as a unit and then split them and deal with them separately. So I'll call the question on, yeah,
You could just strike,
so amend to strike the second that. We amend the motion, which has both that. Or is that?
I mean, I guess I'm just clarifying that this directs no prioritization of work and that the CEO holds it. So I'd be comfortable, if everyone else is, voting in favor of this. It goes to the fuel and the CAO deals with it as they see fit, rather than this being a way to subvert the prioritization of work. To me, that should rest with the CAO.
Right.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I just wonder what value the second that adds, given that I think $5,000 might be low. There's probably, the first one is kind of about scoping, is to investigate and all the rest of it. They might come back with a different budget ask and the rest. So I think if we severed it, supported the first one, we've essentially accomplished the second one. And from a timing perspective, even if we said go right now with what's happening in the province, there's not a timing that's gonna happen. This isn't gonna happen over the summer. It's not gonna happen before the election. Like, you may have to engage a new MLA on this and all the rest of it. So I think just that first piece is all we really need right now.
Okay.
And then there might be another budget ask. So if we severed it, support defeat is what I would suggest. So maybe.
Got you. Okay, Tony.
I agree with everything Alma just said. Sorry, Director Herford. But my point is that the second part, $5,000 from Area A select funds belongs in EAD and not here.
Okay,
You know, we did delegated select funds to EAD and that's where it should be dealt with.
okay. So the motion is now to amend to sever.
Yeah, and then we're gonna pass the first
That's
and
the first.
refer the second.
Yeah. Everyone clear on what we're doing? Everyone comfortable with what we're doing? Yeah. Sever? Motion to sever, moved by Tony, seconded by Chris. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. So handling the first that, calling the question, all in favor? Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Handling the second that, all, calling the question,
Refer to.
referring,
Refer
yes.
to EAD.
So yes, no debate on a referral. So the motion is to refer the second that to the EAD and to staff. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We're not talking about it anymore. No post-motion comments. The only thing in my chair's verbal is, please submit your expenses that haven't been submitted so far. Do it and do it quick because I'm asking you to. And we're moving on. To any late business? Is there late business for committee of the whole? No. Nope. And motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Director Rainbow, second by Director Crompton. All in favor, any opposed, motion carries. It's 11:53. And I have we all have priorities that we would like to accomplish. Today, on a beautiful rainy day, we are going to move along until we're done, or the regular board meeting. So reopening the board meeting. And we are 9.5. Hi, welcome. We're at 9.5, and are you presenting or just here for questions?
I'll go through a couple of things.
Great.
Omar Butt, Director of Environmental Services, and I have Ed Witwicky, our Senior Utility Supervisor with us. So this report provides an update on the Braylon Sewer Replacement Project, what's been completed, what's still outstanding, and the funding used to date. One of the issues with the previous sewer system was that much of it was on private property without easements in place. In 2014, the Ministry of Environment advised the SLRD of its plans to update the SLRD's operating permit to bring the Braylon water system into compliance with the provincial wastewater effluent regulations. This meant that a new treatment plant with a secondary treatment had to be built and installed. In 2016, SLRD was successful with a $2 million grant from the Federal Gas Tax Agreement Strategic Priorities Fund that made this project possible. The other pieces of funding were Area A Community Works Funds, 141,000, Area A PILT, 212,000, and then roughly 58,000 from the Braylon Sewer Capital Reserves. On April 27, 2022, SLRD received an amendment permit for the old wastewater system, which allows us to discharge until January 1st, 2031. All properties that in Braylon in our area are connected to the new wastewater treatment plant, except for 15 properties on Whiting Avenue. The new collection system is stubbed at the front property line of these properties. And we have completed 2 of the Whiting Ave tie-ins. How that program worked, the property owner engaged a contractor, they get a quote and send it to SRD for approval. And then SRD paid the contractor to have that work done. One of the difficulties with this project has been connecting with the residents, as many of these properties are not full-time residents. One of the things that would be a big help moving forward is that we do have a full-time environmental services staff in the area now, which is our utilities and maintenance technician. She is still operating the transfer station at this time. We are able to fill that. So that's taking up a lot of her time right now. So we're really trying to get that position filled. The remaining work on this is the 15 Whiting Ave tie-ins, which that has a deadline for January January 1st, 2031, we have to have that done, so that's my top priority. There is a piece of sewer main replacement on Marmot Street and the service connections, and then the remainder of the Braylorn homes, which are capped at property line, but are tied into the new sewer system through older infrastructure. And then there's a few manholes and the septic tanks of the old sewer system to decommission. We've tried coming up with an estimated timeline that's in the report, but we do not currently have funding options. The renewal agreement for a community works fund has not been received yet, so we'll continue to bring funding options forward when we get those, and we'll continue to update the project page. And now I can take questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very thorough. Excellent, excellent presentation. I just have one question is the Marmot Street sewer main line, and I mentioned it before. You know, I've committed to paying the SLRD portion through either bill funds or community gas tax fund for the SLRD's portion of paving the main street. And it's gets to be in pretty rough shape, as you know. And I have worked with Monty in the past on doing a major, they just won't come up to do that small job. And but there's lots of roads that need paving. The road from Braylorn to Goldbridge is in rough shape, and I've really seen a real increase in the deterioration of it once the mine started up, all their trucks, if you've been up there. And of course on Road 40, we've got lots of areas that are sloughing off and a pavement that need to get redone. And there's a good major project there. So it's really important to try to get that Marmot Street line in, because they've also at the time offered to pave all the rest of the streets in Braylor. So I just want to share that. Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions? No? Okay, we have a motion to receive the report. Moved by Director Mayer, second by Director Crompton. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you both. So we are very, very limited on our time. And so we've read your report. I think our best motion forward is for us to be able to ask you questions and then thank you so much. Okay, are there any questions? See, go ahead.
I'll go quickly, sorry. I just wondered we heard earlier about the tour, the visit from the minister and the tour. I just wondered if there's anything there that would change the sort of the course of action or the thoughts on any of these investments, which are quite substantial, coming out of any of those conversations. I know it's early in that sort of initiative, but was there any input there that was?
Through the chair, it was very conceptual. We did tour the minister through some section of the Sea to Sky Trail, and she wanted to see the hard spots, so I showed her the hard spots. And so I think her vision is a more rails to trails if possible type level grade trail. So, but it's in the very, very early stages. So I think the general thought through our roundtable was to proceed on the current path, the Sea to Sky Trail, and be hopeful about the future of this other equipment. I would say that some of these costs are accurate and some of them are, the further ahead we go in the future, some of these costs are very rough at the moment, just doing a basic per meter cost.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, and happy birthday to the chair.
Thank you.
We're gonna have a meeting that we're gonna receive the report.
Yep. Motion to receive Director Crompton, second by Director Rainbow. Comment?
Yeah, I feel pretty strongly that this is an opportunity that we saw yesterday, and so I hope that we prioritize those sections that we can find synergies on. And my understanding is that the minister intends to advocate to other orders of government, to CN, and so it seems to me that though it's a different kind of trail, that we can align on and prioritize those locations that will actually get us some wins and move forward her priorities. Those would be wise pivots or adjustments to our current course of action. And maybe there's none. Maybe we are already going down the path that would make the most sense, but it seems to me a pause, thinking through if there's any places along the rail corridor that could really solve some problems for us, putting those into her hands to move forward would be a wise move. Thanks for this work.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I'm going to move up late business item 13.2, which is a director's report of information. This is not, so this is the update on change of affiliation of the Downton Lake Fire Working Group with Bridge River Valley Community Association, Director of American for your report. And we just need to receive it. Moved by Director French, seconded by Director Mack. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And now we can go to 9.7, which is an information report regarding the summary of concrete debris related issues. So, thank you for the report. I know that was a hustle. We appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions on the report?
Not a question, but a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what we really need to start with is a survey of all the fire affected properties. There's a email list, is to find out how much volume is actually there that needs to get removed. Some of the property owners may not want it removed for various reasons. But we need that volume in cubic meters so that we can understand how much is actually there. And then from there, we could create a plan. I mean, I've looked at, I've gone online and got some details on, broken concrete, how many tons it is per cubic meter. And I've gone also at the same time, what a cubic meter of solid concrete is. So it gives to get an idea of what is actually there and how it can be dealt with and the most efficient and cost effective for those property owners. But without that survey, nobody's ever going to know. And I'd fund that survey.
Of the options in the report. Sorry. Yeah, so there are many options here. There are some that are out of our control. I like the idea of the community being involved in some of this work. On a fully cost recovery basis of adding a tipping fee that would help. Because what I hear from certain residents is that they don't plan on using this service and some that need more service. So how do you spread the cost out fairly? I think on a cost recovery basis per,
No, I'm not talking costs
okay,
right now. What I'm talking about is finding out what volume we have.
okay,
Without that knowledge, we can't move forward.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
That's my take on it.
okay. Good.
I appreciate that, sort of like the inventory, how much stuff, material are we talking about here? There seems to be a time sensitivity to the folks that have some material and want to move it now. And I think we are generally supportive of things being resolved as soon as possible, so. How long, do we have any, has this been scoped at all, that inventory approach been scoped at all, so we understand time? And obviously, I hear your willingness to pay, which I understand why it's critical and it makes some sense to me, but just on the timing piece, do we need a decision now to facilitate what happens over the summer, or do we have the time to take X amount of months or whatever to do the survey?
Yeah.
My pessimistic assessment of how long things take.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because the, it should have been done a little while ago. And here we are now, dealing with the issue. But to be honest, we don't know how much is out there. And we definitely don't want it going out into the back 40.
The question,
which is a possibility, right?
to me, the question was how, do we know how long it would take to find out how much? That was the question.
Mark,
Within
can
a
I-
week, you should be able to have.
Through the chair, I mean, we could make some rough estimations of the concrete that's left there. And we do have some understanding of uninsured or underinsured folks, so we could pull together some estimations. It will take a bit of crunching and collaboration with our ES department, but we can put together an estimation of it. It would be very much an estimation, not yeah.
Exactly, and then, there's been talk of the haul trucks for Braylor Mine with their pretty big dump trucks, side load, and you have to see it and drive Road 40 to see what it's all about, but contracting them to take it all the way to Lillooet.
Thanks, you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to address the comment that it should have been done a long time ago. The SLRD has never been in a recovery like this. This unfortunately is a learning experience for everyone. In a prior presentation by the Director of Environmental Services and our environmental coordinator, she did mention that we are working on a wildfire recovery debris removal program. We have been denied grants for that. We have applied and have been denied. It still is on the staff know it needs to be done. And it really is a question of being prepared in advance and answering the immediate needs. So I just wanted to recognize that it is recognized as an immediate need for the future to have a program like that. It's what we are probably learning along the way during this one, because it's just never been done before by this team.
Do local governments do debris removal from like if your house burns down in Burnaby or this area? I would imagine the insurance company does that debris removal. Is that true?
Or strata or.
Yeah, through the chair. Just kind of building on what CAO Heather mentioned, some to your question, is that the disaster financial assistance is not available for this event, given that wildfire insurance was deemed to be readily available. And so that is the basis, is that it was deemed to be readily available, and we have put in EAF requests, which have not been approved. And so there is no provincial funding to support debris cleanup or debris management at this time. So the expectation, and also in terms of the debris management plan that you were speaking of, is about debris management in case there is large disaster. It still is, insurance is the primary piece, and it is still, it is about how we manage debris. It is not about how we manage debris on private property. That's always one of the challenges, is about how we actually deal with private property, and it's not necessarily within our plans of dealing with private property.
So then is this work in service of, I guess this is through the chair to the maybe to the CAO, would these different options be in service of developing this kind of program where we would be removing debris from private property?
Through the chair, well, I think one of the big things to consider is we need to cover our costs. So any options here needs to cover costs, and those costs come from two options: tax base. So increased tax to every resident in the area in order to manage that. So current tax base, or tipping fee, or both. The tipping fee is going to be likely just as much as a private removal of how this came up in the first place, the correspondence where a contractor is trying to remove it and realizes they have to drive to a Lillooet dump. All those expenses. So the tipping fee might be at a point where we will get further complaints of the cost because we need to cover costs. There is the theory of managing costs because doing it in a group and having it travel once. So hey, today's drop off day and one truck's going down could save some of those costs. That's what this is about. Are we interested in this, in providing this support? How do we cover the costs? And it is true to go, how did we get here? I witnessed staff talking to the province, like Director Phillips mentioned, advocating for this to be covered. And the province has consistently come back with two answers in their matrix of decision making, which is, was it deemed insurance was readily available, and the other decision making is primary versus secondary homeowners that comes in there. So hearing no from them, the question's coming to the SLRD. It also could be a community group organized, or organizing that's outside of the purview of the SLRD that organizes it and gets it to the Lillooet Landfill. I think, like every good citizen, they're knocking on every possible door because they're facing something and the questions are being asked.
So if in what I've seen and what I've heard, I think we have two options. We either organize this for the residents at a cost recovery tipping fee, because I think going down the path of increasing the service area takes a lot more time, and I don't think we have a lot of time. Or we request that the community group, like a strata, because they operate in the same kind of way, they organize it themselves, and we can do what we can do to support them in a pretty limited. I mean, we can only do what we can do, but our recovery team is doing a lot to support this group. So they're, would you prefer taxation or community group? Not you, this isn't, I'm not directing this at you, I'm directing this to the whole board. How would we like to go? What would we like to do?
They've asked for help, right?
So they don't want to do it.
Am I correct? Or have they asked for help?
We've had a letter.
Yeah, asking for help.
Yeah.
Okay, and we need to respond to that.
Yeah.
And I've offered funding to have a contractor there that the SRD would manage to go out and actually get those volumes. But we need to know on each property there, do they want their concrete removed? And have the authority for this contractor to go in there and survey and see what they've got. So it may not be all those properties. You know, it may not be the ones that are going to be funded by the funding that I've presented yesterday. You know, those properties may not need that because they're gonna be funded. So yes, I think that tipping fee would be fine. And there's, there's a little bit of money in the Conservation and Preservation Fund that could help fund some of the underinsured or no insured group. But the key is to know how much concrete is there that needs to be moved. How many truckloads is going to be required to get to Lillooet?
Okay, but really, it's on each property owner to determine that, and that adds more time and labor to the time it takes to get this underway. And so I hear you.
Yep.
And I think we all agree with you, but it's who does the time and labor. Armin, Chris, Tony.
Reflecting back on our earlier conversation around, waste management in the regional district, I think this is a unique piece, just if we think about it just that way, like if we set aside the complexity of the disaster response and insurance and all that, we know that there's a larger than normal volume of concrete that's gonna need to be dealt with, and I think that it's just to me, it's understanding whether that's over a threshold where we should try to facilitate a transportation for a season to make sure it gets to the right place and that it's done in a reasonable way to provide service to the residents, whether they're insured or they're not or whatever. So from that perspective, I quite like the cost recovery piece. I understand usually the Director Demers quest to understand what those overall volumes would be. I'd say this is likely to throw off our per kg numbers of waste, given that it's concrete, but there's a lot there. So something to figure out whether we do it for a month, 30 days or for the summer or something like this to help facilitate this. And there may be some economies of scale, rarely the amount that everyone usually assumes that there's a much larger economy of scale, but I totally think that there's a bunch of waste that community is going to want to get rid of, and increasing their ability to deal with that seems totally appropriate for a short period of time. And then see what happens.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So I think I'm hearing, do we want to accept cement at our transfer station with a significantly higher tipping fee so that we can get it to Lillooet after, but it's up to residents to get it to the transfer station. That's what we're proposing, help the disaster recovery. But I also think I heard my colleague suggest something about us going onto the properties and pulling stuff off. We want to make sure that's not what we're talking about. We're saying if you get it to the transfer station on a short-term basis, we will. That's what's up for discussion here.
It's kind of one. I don't know. I'm not following all of the comments at this point because there's too many possibilities here and too many Mark, bring us home.
Yeah, I think, there are the four options that we provided, is that the bylaw can be updated, a special program could be put together to do this. That the community self-organized to do the transfer station. So it is about there is no cleanup, and we don't have the capacity at all to clean up private property. There is the option on the table are related to how we receive debris. Okay. The underlying piece of all this is that it is considerable staff time. We don't have funding, and the work that we are doing recovery, and fully appreciate how important this is to that community, is done at the expense of our work plans and our other priorities. So that is the challenge. That's the baseline that we continue to deal with on this. And in terms of implementing these options as well, there is, I know, and a lot of the work will fall to the Environmental Services Department to do so. It's the same piece for them, and they've indicated that to make these changes, it is time and reprioritization work making that. But do fully appreciate the impact that this is having in the community.
I still have Tony, and then I have Russell, and then I have Jack.
I think we have I hope once in a lifetime situation to deal with here. And, you know, we have been supporting this group and I hope we'll continue to do so. Is it unreasonable though to say to the group, and perhaps directed to them and answer this, you know, we're saying we don't know who wants the concrete removed and we don't know how much there is. Is it unreasonable to ask each property owner to provide a statement saying, I don't want anything removed, or I've got an estimated this amount to be removed, so that we have some, you know, you're asking for a survey, why could that not happen through that group? That wouldn't seem to be an onerous thing to me.
What I'm proposing is to fund a contractor to do that work, but it should be initiated by the staff. So I'd fund staff to hire a contractor to go out and do that. But they even need approval from the property owners to be able to enter their property to do that.
But then, if that came to EAD.
We've got contractors there.
If that came to EAD as a request to use some select funds to hire a contractor to do this work, and if it's passed by EAD, then it comes as a recommendation to this board. It's quite separate from where are we right now, where we can't here decide to use some select funds to pay for that.
No, it could be full funds, which would be the board. It doesn't say anything in there.
No, it doesn't.
Jack.
I'm looking at the options and option 3 seems to be talking about transportation and the other ones seem to be talking about tipping fees, right? Is that fair? And so I'm inclined to think of this as a funding decision that's based on a time-limited adjustment to transfer station fees. I'd be supportive of that, though I do understand it's a lot of time from staff. As long as, well, we're not committing to is the transportation and cleanup component. So if we're just talking about tipping fees at the transfer station and it's time limited to focus on this, I think that seems reasonable to me.
Just for clarification, so we all understand, as I understand it, an increase to tipping fees would be an amendment to the bylaw. Amendment to the bylaw would require time. So if it's time sensitive, that's tricky. As I understand it, and I would ask staff to correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, and concrete is actually prohibited at the transfer station right now in the bylaw, so that would need to be amended.
And that means readings, adoption, at minimum another month, at very minimum another month. Correct? To amend a bylaw, it's not just do it. Okay. This is a big problem, and we don't even know the scope of the problem. It might not be as big a problem as we think.
Exactly.
And so Russell, I'm gonna let you bring us home because.
Well, the only thing I'm gonna say is the last thing you wanna be doing is double handling this stuff. If, once it's loaded in the truck, it should go wherever it's going.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be dumped somewhere to be picked up later and moved again. Cause that just, well, doubles the cost,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, thank you, that's helpful. So what I would suggest is that,
Go ahead. If I can help clarify what was at the table by Director Phillips, was that not mentioned here actually is the survey of understanding how much.
Yeah.
I think we're having a conversation here of this is there, as I understand, an estimate of how much was done by the organization and submitted. So there's some rough estimates.
Yeah.
Whether or not that's any of the property owners have any desire to immediately deal with that or to go this way, we don't know. So that's something new outside of this information report is that we want to know how much it sounds like from the board. So basically there's a real problem. We actually don't know how much of a problem it is. And what Director Phillips has indicated is that it is reprioritizing current work.
Yeah.
In order to analyze how much that is. And I want to reiterate what we talk about all the time on the one-on-ones that I have with directors, which is good work plan also is about prevention and recovery and response. And and we have to consider that you're taking away from those two. However, as Director DeMar has mentioned, a contractor could be used, keeping in mind, it's not magic work. There's still work by staff when a contractor is there. Just something you can always keep in mind.
Okay, Sal.
So once we know what the tonnage is, we can approximate what the tipping fees are. I think there was $100 a ton concrete.
In Lillooet.
In
Sure, the tipping fees, yeah.
As you seen, we funded the board, the rest of the board hasn't, but electoral there is, I funded a 40-foot container for fire smart project at Marshall Valley. It was roughly $2,100 for, I think, 3 days there, for 3 days there. That's a 40-foot dumpster, roll up dumpster. So you can imagine we had 3 of those in areas where people are gonna need the concrete removed, that they could fill up, have it all ready to put in, contractors to do the work to get it organized, because they're gonna have to do some digging and all the work associated with it. And then haul them to Lillooet. But we won't know until and I may be able to fund those containers and the tipping fees, but we don't know until we have that volume. That's why to me it's critical we know what the volume is.
I don't normally do this, but I'm gonna invite Mary Lou to weigh in because she's our local expert on waste.
Through the chair, thank you very much. I just want to add one detail that we need to take into account, and it's the load limit, the weight limit that we have to respect when we haul material on that road between the Goldbridge transfer station and the Lillooet landfill. So while a 40-yard bin might be a good idea, we'll need to make sure to understand exactly how much concrete we're able to haul in one load before we get to that limit. And then we have to handle it again and try to move it from one bin to another.
Yeah, so it's not moving feathers, we're moving concrete. So a 40-foot bin might not be able to be accommodated.
I just use that as an example.
That's fine. Motion, please.
Motion to hire a contractor using Area A PILT, is that what you said? Funds to estimate the tonnage of concrete required for removal.
Thank you. Can you forward that by email to Angela so that she's got the language? I've got a seconder. And I'm not trying to cut off the conversation, but I feel like it's a big problem that we don't know the scope of. And we want to get this done because we want to support the community. Thank you. Final comments that haven't been made?
A question, does this then entail like an RFP process and all of that, or we can like sole source
I
something?
think we can move past that and let staff deal with that rather than us getting into the nitty of.
Yeah, is this a giant task we're throwing out or?
But we're gonna have someone else do it, not someone on our staff.
Well, the RFP process is.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And it like.
Well,
Through the chair, is there an up to amount that should be identified in this resolution?
What's the amount that we can hire somebody without going to RFP?
It's just estimating.
We're just
We're not
estimating.
moving anything, so yeah, I don't. He's good for it, I think, like this isn't, this is an estimate. Yeah, sure, up to $5,000.
yeah,
Sure.
up to $5,000. Great, great. Is it gonna ultimately change anything?
I think it's so sorry, another part of this is when everyone's ready to do that work. So if we have the overall number, but some folks aren't gonna be in a position to do that work for a number of years, I don't know that this is, to me, this is gonna trigger a bunch of other questions that we're gonna need to go out and address, but I'll support this because it helps, but I think that understanding when people are planning on doing this or having the capacity to do it, there could be 50% of that that's not gonna happen for. So I'm a little worried about just not getting us.
This could be a one-time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen in this 2 week period.
Is that where we're at? Is that the question we're asking with this? It's like, are you ready to do this year? How much? Because that's the critical piece, I think.
Okay, calling the question, all in favor? Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Let's go get our lunch and bring it back here. We're not taking a break and we are moving forward. Okay, we're calling this meeting back to order. And we are going to pick up the pace. 9.8, the Village of Pemberton requires board consent to connect 1460 Vine Road to the water system.
I'll move that.
Moved by Director Mack, second by Director Rainbow. Comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And a request for a letter of support to add to the reserve by Lillooet Nation. Moved by Director Herford, seconded by Director Petgill. Comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. We've already done 10.1. We're moving on to 10.2. This is a request from Director Birch Jones to initiate an Area B official community plan update. Director Needham, welcome back.
Thank you.
We're just kind of looking for really like high level tops of the waves on this request.
This is with respect to 10.2, Area B official community plan. Yeah. So we did a number of updates over the past 5 years on Area B zoning and OCP. And so it's had a lot of, it hasn't had a complete overhaul or a new OCP, but there have been significant changes to update it. There has not been much in the way of growth in Area B. There are very few building permits issued there each year. And right now our work plan is focused, it's pretty much full. But we are focused right now on finishing off the Area A OCP. And as I mentioned in my presentation this morning, next in line for updates is the Area C OCP. And we certainly can look at updating the Area B official community plan once the other pieces of work are complete.
You look like you wanted to say something. You have a question?
No, I had a comment that I wanted to make. Director Birch Jones identified within the official community plan some instances where some of the names of First Nations are not used correctly. The wrong names are being used. And it seems to me that we can look at if we do nothing else, we should go through it and make sure that any reference to First Nations, we use the correct terminology.
Totally. I don't think that warrants a full new OCP. It in fact couldn't trigger a new OCP.
No, I think we should do that task and update it.
Sure. Director Birch Jones.
Thank you, and I'm glad to get the Area B OCP in the queue somewhere. And when I hear that Area C hasn't been done since 1999, mine was signed off, Area B was signed off by Chair Russ Oakley in 2010. But there are some references, like one for the activity centers for the northern spotted owl, for example, with locations listed. The owl's long since been extirpated from the area. There's references to enhancing the passenger rail service, as in the good old days, looking into the potential for wine grape growing. We've long since left that in the dust. I'm concerned about a reference to an archaeological site that's a First Nations site. When we were doing the first edition of the hiking guide, I had specific direction from Squamish not to include that in the hiking guide. So of course we didn't, but we've got it in our official community plan, which is a public document. There's things like that. It says that we don't have recycling except at the country store. Well, we've moved on quite a bit. There's a concern here. Every single page of this document is now dated November 2023. So that makes me feel that a critical reader, and it's not like people are flocking to the Area B OCP, but I do believe that it's a foundational document. It's certainly an important document to me. And I was looking forward to the opportunity to maybe try and align. There's a lot going on with the Statlium communities. The opportunity with a conversation around aligning with some of the land use planning that they're doing was pretty exciting to me. That seemed like a good opportunity. I recognize B is going to be pushed probably years down the road and the way our workload, or at least the workload of the staff, is being presented to us. But I really think that we should take the Area B OCP as it currently stands down from our public website and just put that it's under revision and fix some of, the more egregious, outdated errors that are still standing in there. And it's not to say that there aren't sections that are very good, that have been updated, as Ms. Needham just referred to. It's just that there's a lot of sections that are not. And I'll leave it there. I know we're short of time. So either maybe put back the original dates. So a critical reader, when they see something like, there's no recycling. Oh, that was written in 2002. Oh, spotted owl. Oh, trail, things like that. They could look at those dates and see, this is very outdated information, but it all says November 2023. So I'd like to get it in the queue, and I would also like to have it the way it's written, taken down from our public website and fix particularly the Statlium names, rather than saying Seton Band, Shalath, rather than saying Pavilion, Squilix, and so forth. That would be my request. So I'll stop there and wait to hear back.
Thanks. Thank you for pointing out some of those oversights and the old information. If you wished, Director Birch-Jones, you could provide us with a table of suggested amendments, and at some point we could do an amendment just to fix those. It wouldn't be an overhaul, but it would be to fix those glaring amendments. That wouldn't be a huge piece of work, provided we weren't required to attend AAC meetings, et cetera, et cetera. It could be very simple to just make those fixes if you were able to provide us with the correct information.
I'd be thrilled to do that.
So I think it's very important to get the OCP up to date. But I think also, like you said, like both of you have said, Director Birch-Jones and Ms. Needham, is that I think there's only chunks of that OCP that really need revised. And I'd like to see Director Birch Jones engage with the public with that, in that she's got all the history, she's got the report, she's very knowledgeable in the lay of the land and the people that are within it. And I think that we really need to jump on that and allow her to do a lot of that groundwork. And then, like you say, however that follows. Thank you.
Chris and Sam. Okay, Sam.
Yeah, thank you. The process that has been created for the Area A OCP update has been phenomenal. That's all I gotta say. One of the things I wanted was community engagement, and we got that. A really, really good process. I've had lots of compliments on that process.
Yep.
To create this document that's still in draft form, but and the template that is being used is totally different from just a written document. It's got images and just excellent. And I hope that moving forward it's used for all the other OCP ODs.
I will just point out that amending an OCP is a far bigger and legislative process than amending a policy or a bylaw. And so all of this is really, really clearly, when there are names that are incorrect and references to places that no longer exist, that is something that needs to be taken seriously. And I think that this is very important to the Area B director. So I do want to support the Area B director's request. I think that there have been some recommendations here about maybe some offline conversations that need to happen first. So I would move that we defer this to the next meeting or to a future meeting about whether or not to initiate a full OCP review, so that we can answer some of those questions. And then where does the table go? Where does the public community group engagement, that kind of thing? Let's understand that before we trigger a full OCP renewal, because that is a much bigger piece of work. I just saw all the hands go up. And I can't stress enough how repeating things that have already been said is not necessary. So, Tony.
No, I heard Director Needham say she would like a list. I heard Director Birch Jones say she'd be happy to do it.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason why Director Birch Jones couldn't have a couple of town hall meetings to involve some public if she wanted to. We don't need to direct her to do that, but if she wanted to, she's free to do that. And I would move that we just leave it at that right now.
Okay.
Wait until we get some more input from Director Birch Jones.
Jack.
Motion to receive this letter.
Second.
Great. Go.
I have just a concept here that I'm obviously supportive of the letter, and I appreciate the sort of the what are the egregious things that are just slam dunks need to be removed or changed from we heard earlier in the discussion. But one of the things that jumped to me here that I haven't heard yet is that when a First Nation is advancing land use planning and sort of they're ready to do that work, I think that this it would be appropriate for it to feed into our prioritization, because the timing of these things strictly coming from us, so when it's time to address an OCP or engage in an OCP process, I don't think is entirely appropriate. So I think that piece of this is really important, and when an opportunity presents itself that there's a lot of work happening in a certain area and a nation's taking on work that's going to interact with our OCP, that it's important we have this flexibility in our work schedules to engage at that time, rather than being the sole decider on when we engage on discussions on these matters.
I'll be voting in favor of this. I thought this was a great example of how we can move things along quickly, and look forward to seeing an update, corrections made. And so I'll be voting in favor of receiving this correspondence.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Birch Jones.
Just wanna clarify the decisions that were made. I heard that the letter was received. So that means that the request would go on the fuel, right? And in the fullness of, no?
No.
No. So
What-
there's,
So
so
we're
the-
receiving this right now,
Yeah.
and the informal request to, you and I talk with the CAO and bring this back at a future meeting, so that we can have some options on the table that's not in your motion. I'm saying that's an informal request by a lot of the comments at the table about her. No, okay,
What I heard was, let's not initiate an OCP update. Let's have Director Birch Jones share with staff the updates that seem relevant, and then maybe they come back to this table for just an update, which is a weird use of the term, because it's not an OCP update, it's just a correction of what's going on. So by receiving this, we're just saying, thank you for the letter, and then what I heard is that there could be a future resolution to correct Squilax and do some of those things that were.
I like that, yeah, okay, is that clear, Director Birch Jones?
No.
What this is?
No.
Okay. Well. Go ahead.
So I think what's going to happen, if what's being proposed is that the table that you're gonna put together, Director Birch Jones, will, of the edits that you'd like to see and things you'd like to be removed, will be reviewed by staff, and staff will be able to look at those. What can I do right now without requiring public engagement, without triggering an OCP, like the official OCP process that are edits and respectful edits, and what would need to trigger public engagement OCP? What doesn't need that, what can get done? Director Needham has said she would love to review that with you on that table. So let's start with that table.
So that's great. So we can just go ahead with that. I don't need a resolution to that effect. And that's just something that we've agreed to. It'll be reflected in the minutes. And my request for the Area B official community plan review isn't going in the queue. So and Jen Ford is saying we'll have a conversation on the side about the OCP in the future, or we'll wait until something triggers it, or where does it?
We're receiving your letter. And as is the business of getting things on the agenda, we'll talk about that separately to this public meeting right now. Any of you can ask me to put things on the agenda at a future date and ask staff to put things on the agenda at a future date. I don't know how to explain this in another way. I'm trying.
It seems to me.
Throwing things.
Seems to me that if Director Birch Jones does what we've just agreed she can do.
Yeah.
And submits all that information to Dr. Needham.
Yeah.
Then staff will respond to that, and something will come back to us in the form of a report.
Yes.
Which kind of moves along Dr. Birch Jones' agenda of getting the OCP.
Yeah.
Revisited.
Sure.
And we can at least say, well, we're going to get the edits done, because there are some that really should be done tomorrow. And then beyond that, we'll see where it fits on fuel, or if it fits and so on. It's not rejecting the letter or rejecting the request, it's moving it forward.
Jack?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Sal?
This is for Director Birch Jones. Why don't you make a motion that you'd like the Area B OCP review so that it gets onto the queue?
That's what the letter is asking, and
What's that?
that's what the letter specifically is asking for.
She can make that motion. But she needs to make that motion. You need to make that motion so it gets into the queue after, I can't remember if it was C or D, it's gonna get done.
That's assuming the motion passes. What we've got right now is a process.
No, I
We're gonna bring
know
it back to us with more information,
That,
and it's a better
that
chance
should
of
be,
it passing then.
that should be a motion also. So you can make that one motion and then make another motion to get Area B into the queue after Area C or D Which one is next in line?
C.
After area C.
Okay, so I'm gonna
That's
take
what
back
we
the
need.
chair of this motion. We have a motion on the floor and it's to receive the letter. Can I call the question on receiving the letter, please? Is there anyone opposed? You're opposed, okay, motion carries. What's that?
Go ahead.
We need two motions.
Would someone like to
Just
make
said
that
it.
motion?
Yeah,
Viv's gotten off her camera, so you go ahead and make the motion.
I'll make the motion that area B director create a table on
No, we don't want to
No, we don't.
formalize that.
We did that.
She's doing that
She's
on
doing
her
that.
own. And if we formalize that, that becomes a fuel item. That's not what we're here
well,
to
let's
do.
work for staff. Like,
You don't need a motion to do that.
I know.
That's,
I'll do that work without any formal motion. I'm very happy to do it.
I think the results of that table would then be informing the next motion that's being proposed. Because that table will tell us how much of those edits required public engagement and how much can just be done tomorrow. Or I'm not saying tomorrow.
no.
Okay,
I'll make a motion that the area B OCP review
we put on the fuel.
be put on the fuel and after the area C review is complete.
And then,
Isn't that implied that they have to be reviewed every so many years anyway?
I think,
Yeah, they're
I think-
eventually.
yeah, I think Vivian needs that confirmation.
if we say that, and then Vivian does all this, gets this information, and we take a look at it, we might say, wow, we need to get on that right away. It doesn't need to go after C, it needs to go before C. So I've just put on the queue.
If we just say, put the area B OCP review on the fuel,
Yes.
it doesn't put a time limit on it, it doesn't put a staff limit on it, it doesn't
Yeah.
put a who's doing what limit. We know it's going on the fuel.
Yeah.
And it's gonna go on the fuel and we're gonna deal with it when we can deal
I'll
with it.
second that motion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm calling the question. All in favor? Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries. Jack is opposed.
Thank you.
Can I call a 2-minute reset, please? We're going to change the order of the agenda. I would like a motion that we consider late business. It's item 12. So that we move, the motion is to move 12 up now. So vary the agenda to consider it now. Moved by Director French, seconded by Director Rainbow. Any opposed, motion carries. And then the addition of 2 late items, a letter from Director Birch Jones as 13.3 and a letter from Director Demare as 13.4. And so,
I don't think I have another letter, Chair Ford.
the letter to me last night or early this morning.
Email.
Yes. Yes, please.
Email with a letter attached.
And it was circulated by Director Birch.
Yeah, it was copied to everyone. You've all had it in your inbox since this morning.
The line was 7:13.
Okay. So everyone clear on what we're handling right now is really just adding those 2 items to the agenda. We're not voting on those items at this moment in time.
So I missed the first time. One was the Vivian letter and the other.
Vivian, and then there's a director's report, a late director's report from Director Demare.
We got that?
Hey, motion to approve that.
So this is just whether or not we consider this today or not. Everyone comfortable? Okay, so I will ask someone make that motion. Moved by Director Max, seconded by Director Rainbow. Thank you. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Motion carries. So now I would like to request that we consider, is this where we're going? 13.3. Now we're gonna consider 13.3, which is a letter from Director Rich Jones, tendering the resignation as the vice chair of the board. And so I guess it's a motion to receive and accept the resignation. Can I have someone please make that motion? Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director French. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Motion carries. And then I would like to make a motion that we open an election for a vice chair. Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Demare. Any opposed? Motion carries. So as the chair presiding over this meeting, I would like to open for a first time nominations from the floor for a vice chair. Go ahead, Director Mack.
I'd like to nominate Director Hoffel.
Okay, thank you. Do you accept the nomination?
I can't at this time.
Okay,
Can I speak to it?
sure.
I would actually like to, try it out as an option to have a seat. So like, I think I never want to be the chair. I don't at this time ever want to be the chair, but I would like to be like a third. You know, in this case, if you go off and somebody else is sick, I would like the option to actually try it at a meeting. So at this time, unfortunately, I have to decline. But thank you.
Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Nominate Director Rainbow.
Okay, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Call for a second time or a third time. Are there any other nominations from the floor? Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to nominate Director Mack. I feel that we have a big region here and I love that, Director Rainbow is good to take that seat as well. But I think we need diversity and I think having one in the south and one in the north is good.
Okay,
So
do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Okay. I will call for a final time. Are there any other nominations for vice chair?
That was
Like
not,
the third name on the ballot.
I'll be running as well.
Okay, so I guess we have to go to a vote. We were not prepared with ballots, so we'll need 2 minutes.
So I guess the
Go ahead.
question, this is for essentially for the remainder of the year.
The remainder till November.
Till November, okay.
Yeah,
Like it's 3
this is
days.
not a guarantee
Yeah.
of seat until.
Yeah. No, I just want to make sure I understood the process.
So,
Sorry,
Speeches?
no, go ahead,
who's chair of EAD?
Russell Mack.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll call it 2.
Who do we give this to?
Well, Mike's not here.
Okay.
We'll wait until Mike is absent.
So just write the name on the.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
We're doing it now? Just-
Yep.
I like elect. Oh. Didn't expect to be voting today. But
like Foggy, so you can't see Foggy? Foggy, so you can't see Foggy? Or just Foggy?
At least we were able to get a full slate of candidates for this one.
True.
Yeah, at least we're not putting our names in a hat and having it pulled out, which is the other option, I suppose.
The other option, we could have nominated Mike.
It's where you can't
know?
see.
Yeah. Sorry, you're it.
Yeah, the province could override, even if they lost, the province could come in and say.
Land out of your jurisdiction.
Oh.
Like, could they move it into the SLRD? They could.
I'm sure they can do it.
Yeah. Okay. Do this. We're back.
Through the chair, thank you for your votes. The numbers are in and it was a two-way tie. So as per the procedure, we will do another vote, recognizing that if you continue to vote in the same way, we will end up with the same result.
Why don't we just flip a coin?
Well, good thing we got 4 pieces of paper, well, 3 now.
Would this not be an opportunity for some sort of comment from
Sure.
the candidate to try to sway it? Otherwise, we're just going back with the same information we had when we went
Okay.
into it.
Russell, you're first.
Yeah, actually, I tend to agree with Lori that the reason I nominated her in the first place, I think we need to have a northern member and a southern member on this, like the chair, vice chair. I don't think it's good to have everybody that's in charge from either the south or the north. So I guess I'm about as far north as you can get, close to Vivian's line. So I think that that's a good way to do it. And it's only for like, what, 3 or 4 months, and then we have another go at this and see who's available and what we're doing. But anyways, that's, I think, the right thing to do. Thanks.
I don't feel the same way. I think we should be considered, we're directors on the SLRD board. And whether I live in the south or the north, I don't think is consequential. Certainly, I think I've demonstrated over the years I've been on this board an interest in the north and support of what's happening in the north. And the fact that I live down in Furry Creek, which is about as south as I could go in this region, I don't think it affects my ability to fulfill the role. So I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everyone vote again.
Got that too. Thank you for the entertainment.
What time is this meeting done?
Yeah.
I think that's up to us at this point.
I'm gonna make the decision by not being the 10th vote, and then I can't do that.
You know, the problem is 2 people are gonna switch their votes and they're gonna switch their votes. Constantly. It's
I don't
gonna-
know how staff knew to give us this many pieces of paper.
Yeah, and we haven't wasted all the life using this.
It's because they've sat in board meetings long enough.
That is a good question. If this is a tie, I will announce my candidacy now for the next election. No, if it's a tie, it's a tie.
Yeah, we could have let you just chair the rest of this meeting and then. Thank you.
Maybe that's what we do, because I think they're gonna be a tie.
If it comes to another tie, we all just elect someone for today and
Lori,
deal with it next week.
was Lori's agreed to, she doesn't want to chair?
Yeah.
A tie's a fail.
Since Mike's not here, it's all Mike's fault. We should just call him for his.
Well, we were just saying we should have nominated Mike, really, that was our.
That's a great idea.
I don't want to see Mike's name at the next vote. There's not.
Not here. I'm happy that people stepped up to the role and it wasn't all of our names going into a hat to have the name drawn out that of who was gonna.
Well, that's a good idea next time. Everybody write your own name on the paper and then they just pull the name. I do that. Oh, no.
Okay. Want me to say it? Okay, Director Mack, congratulations, you're the new vice chair.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, I'm turning the chair over to you for the remainder of the day. And I thank you guys.
Thank you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thanks for the
Please
cake.
don't crash.
I won't crash your car.
I'm getting a ride home. Good luck.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you very much.
My purse is in.
Thank you.
Geez, we still got a bit of voting to do on something. Oh,
Hopefully you.
Thank you, Tony, for putting yourself out there. I appreciate that. We'll just. Tony is a good deal.
You're saying me, I'm the one that nominated her.
We shuffled the deck so many times because we've still got 10.3 to do. and
Yeah, we are,
We moved
we're at,
10.3.
you're comfortable with that.
10.3?
Yeah.
Okay, so 10.3 on the agenda, shipping container temporary use permit exemption for fire loss properties, Director Demare. Would you like to speak to this?
I think if everybody's read it, I can bring it up. Want to come up? I've lost internet. Yeah. Right here. There are containers throughout the SLRD area A. And they have been for a long time. And just doesn't seem to be fair to start this TUP process with the fire loss group, just another burden on them. So I'd like to move that the temporary use permits required for shipping containers to be exempted for the property owners that have lost structure to the Mountain Lake wildfire.
Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Kim Needham, Director of Planning and Development Services. So the way zoning works is it sets out permitted uses in each zone. And if a use is not permitted, it's not allowed. The area or the SLRD does not allow shipping containers or sea cans in any residential areas. If they exist, they're offside of our bylaws. And so we can't just exempt a use from the requirement to have zoning. That's just not how zoning, land use planning law in British Columbia works. So the way people can have a permitted use without having it in the zoning is to apply for a temporary use permit. That's sort of the only route aside from applying for an actual rezoning to allow for that use. So unfortunately, just based on the Local Government Act and BC Planning Law, we actually can't just allow for outright exemptions to zoning.
Is there an option or is it on side to consider sort of an expedited of some sort TUP process for sort of in the context of disaster recovery, sort of limited, not quite emergency, we're not in technically an emergency anymore, but in that context, an expedited TUP process?
Thank you. Through the chair, we could, at a staff level, try to expedite as fast as we can, but we do have requirements for notifications and mail outs and things like this that we just have to do legislatively. But that said, we could put these things to, sort of the front of the pile, the top of the pile, in terms of our review to help people who need extra storage. That all being said, accessory buildings in the form of storage sheds are allowed. And so anyone can go to Home Hardware and purchase a accessory building, like a storage shed, and use those. They don't need to have CCANs. So there is a route for people to have storage on their properties while they reconstruct. The other thing is that if people have a valid building permit to rebuild their home, they can have a CCAN during the period that their permit is valid.
Yeah, the shipping containers are quick, easy, and lockable, totally watertight. Plunk it down and off you go. So for these properties, if you go up there right now, you'll see it. You know, I don't have to say it. Take a drive up and have a look. And if you want to drive up and have a look at how many containers are in the valley, everybody's welcome to go up and have a look. And you'll understand that is very rural, remote. We're not a Wedgewoods, we're not a Black Dust Pinecrest. We're rural, remote. And those shipping containers are very valuable to the people that have them.
Yeah, I think that we need to, not today, but we need to look at this shipping container policy, because there's definitely shipping containers in Area C for sure. Perkin, Darcy, whatever, but, and back to the remote areas, Blackwater country. So I think we as a group, we really need to look at that. Jack probably does not want to have shipping containers in downtown Whistler or Squamish or wherever. That's, maybe you do. So I think we have to, as a board, have a real good discussion on this. And I think it's our ability to change that policy, is it not?
Yeah, sure. It's a zoning matter and that is at the board's discretion.
Okay, Jack, go ahead.
But the mechanism to do what is being done is the temporary use permit process, and it seems to me that it's fairly clear and that.
But as I heard from Director Needham, if you've got an active building permit, you can have a shipping container without a temporary use permit. Is that correct?
Correct.
So
Fair enough,
Yeah.
it's just sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
what is the cost of the TDP for a container?
It's under $1,000, I believe. I just want to clarify though, there is a caveat that we don't finalize the building permits until the containers are removed from the site. So if they're not meant to land there and then stay there forever, it's a way of helping people during their construction process.
Would this motion be an amendment to the zoning then? If it passed, like if it passed and we're no longer, like what would this do?
This motion would put us offside of British Columbia planning law.
Yeah, that's it.
So just to clarify, it sounds like there's two paths now. One, you get a TUP, or two, you have a valid permit and building permit. Now, in those cases, one of those two gives you a CCAN. And we're being asked to do a third option, which isn't legally permissible. So I guess our fourth option would be to ask for staff to bring back an amendment to the zoning bylaw, and then we have to do that.
Yeah, the third path to sort of having a legitimate CCAN would be to apply for a zoning text amendment that would allow an exemption for a certain parcel to have a CCAN.
So do you have to do that for every parcel, or could you do it for a blanket area?
Well, if people in the area supported it through a zoning amendment process, we could do it as a blanket process. But I think people have to be careful of that, because there are a lot of people that really, really adamantly do not want to look at a CCAN. You know, they can be ugly. There's a real range of secans. Some of them can be clad and look beautiful, and other ones look like rusty buckets. And there's a lot of rusty buckets out there, and if someone's spending a couple million on a home on Gun Lake, they don't necessarily want to see that. So that's an issue we have to be cognizant of.
But I think we have to really always think about the location. This is as remote gets. I think people that live in that area, even with their $1 million homes, which is everything nowadays, have a totally different outlook on life. It's not like, you know, downtown Squamish, Whistler, whatever. But anyways.
Just curious, do the TUPs have to come to the board
Yes,
for approval?
yes.
And what are the options for waiving the cost of them?
We would have to amend our fees bylaw to create a reduced fee for, or a waived fee for that.
Couldn't that be
type
done
of
at the
use.
board level on an individual TUP?
It could be.
I
a
see you, Vivian.
resolution and yeah, it could come to the board as a resolution in association with an application. But it would be a blanket, waiver to the fees in our fees bylaw. So that's an easy fix. That can all be done in one sitting of the board, so we can adopt at the same meeting to amend our fees bylaw.
What's the timeline on a TUP?
I would say the fastest would probably be 2 months, depending on when it sort of lands in our office. Right, where the meetings are.
Vivian.
Yeah, Sal sort of got at what I was thinking too. I was thinking the property owner is trying to clean up, trying to figure out what to do with all the concrete. They want the CCAN there as temporary storage for some of the equipment that they're using or that they're beginning to camp in sort of as they're trying to clean up. And a building permit, if I understand it, is it 2 years, Miss Needham? That a building permit?
It's 3 years now. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know if that's a fair timeline for people to be ready to have it built, completed, and the CCAN removed. So, yeah, the time pressure that we're expediting a TUP is still a couple of months. So, okay, thank you.
So the, another, like it's going, so it is complaint based, correct? The building inspector will not, if he sees one, he can't do anything with it.
Yes, we have had staff-based complaints. A piece that I think is important to note that in our building bylaw, if there are existing unpermitted violations on a site, we can't issue new building permits. So if someone has a land use violation, and they're applying, and they're trying to rebuild their house, that becomes a problem too. So they could be, they could not get final inspection if they have existing unpermitted structures on their property.
So I guess my question in all this is, this situation that happened to these folks up there was not of their intention. It's an emergency situation. They're trying to rebuild. So you would think that the province, us as a local government, would be able to adjust our rules and bylaws, and the province could do the same, to allow these people to at least have a chance to rebuild without huge sums of money for fees. I mean, they've got enough on their hands right now. As I said yesterday, I saw in the news, the mayor of Lytton, her archaeological study for her lot in downtown Lytton is an extra $45,000 that has to come out of her pocket. Well, start adding all those numbers together, right? And then all of a sudden a person goes, this is impossible, I can't rebuild. So then what do we have?
We're at that with some of those properties. We're at that stage.
What's your recommendation?
I think As I understand, the motion on the motion that's in the agenda outlined in the director's report is not legally binding, is that true?
It's legally offside, so we can't pass that motion.
Harmon.
I was gonna move receipt of the report.
Okay.
To move receipt of the report.
Okay, seconded. Okay, moved and seconded to receive the report. And I'll call the question. All in favor, opposed, motion carried.
I'm opposed.
Okay, selves opposed. So now where does that leave us? In limbo again? Go ahead, Kim.
Here's one piece of information I can offer, and that is it is at our discretion as to whether we are going to enforce our bylaws. So I'll leave it at that.
That would have been helpful 15 minutes ago.
Would have been helpful before this meeting occurred if the conversation had gone on.
Pardon me?
Maybe it should never have come to us. That piece of information could have been provided a long time ago.
So. Pardon me? Yeah, let's take a 5-minute recess. I want to have a conversation about this because we need to get this.
May I speak to the-
Yeah, go ahead.
So it sounds. One of the questions is left unanswered here or answered is that the motion that's being proposed in the director's report is off sides of the law, and I think the question would be to get a legal opinion and then have that clarified.
You don't need a legal opinion. I'm telling you. We can't exempt it through zoning. It's just not something we can do.
Would it be best to?
Actually, my question.
Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Armin, go ahead.
Sorry, my question is, if we wanted to achieve permitting these, what mechanism would we use? And I think, to me, that's maybe more the question, which I know is answered through a rezone or the TUP or like those other pieces where I think this went into that, but part of this all came from urgency and when I moved receipt of the report, I suppose I should have spoken to I could have spoken to it at that point. I think that we're all likely frustrated that on the timing and the urgency of this whole tragic event, but the mechanisms we have are just not fast. So TUP, a rezoning is super controversial, and that could be really challenging to deal with, and the timeline is gonna be a couple months. TUP, a couple months. But if it does come through that process and it's a decision that comes to this board, then we get to decide what priority we want to give it through the agenda setting with the chair, vice chair, and what support we want to give these initiatives to those folks by way of our vote at this table. And I think that's where it should live. I think the rest of it is a drain on resources, and frankly, is never going to move fast enough to achieve the goals that we all share. This isn't about not having the same goal in any way. It's just I think that what's there is the fastest streamlined route, and it leads to us, and then we get to be the decider on each of those. But a temporary use permit is likely to speak about the conditions on each site, whether it's appropriate for that site, if it could be put in such as if there's a spot for it, and all those other things that we need to consider when you do zoning. So I think that just where we are is as much effort as I'd like to put into it until we get a TUP in front of us. And it's unfortunate, but even if we all felt this needed to happen tomorrow, it's gonna be months away before any of those changes happening. So I think this is where we are.
So
I think I tell people, and this is exactly what I tell them. The wildfire was 2 months long and it was intense. But once it was over, it was over. It created a lot of issues. The recovery is even worse. It's painful. It's very painful. It's painful for the people there that are affected. It's hard on staff. It's hard on the board. But we need to take this and learn from it because there will be more. And we need to learn just a simple little thing is time consuming for everybody. You know, we've got another one coming up, but it's all lessons learned and how are we going to move forward? You know, Chris's comments about why are we using funds that are, you know, allocated for blah, blah, blah on helping these people out. Because that's what we got to do. That's what we got right now. We've got nothing else. There's nothing else out there. So we need to set ourselves up as a board to make sure that on the recovery side, if it's a whole full-time recovery staff person that we need, then that's what we got to do. Because they're going to keep on happening. This one here was even extra hard because it affected drinking water. You know, every property was in the recovery zone, and the list goes on and on. Fire tornado, that's never happened anywhere else. Very, very tough for everybody involved. Lori.
So I'm not sure what happened in Lytton or what happened in Kelowna, but I know that due to the remoteness of this, I have to wonder if there's anything that we can do aside from a temporary use permit that we could allow these people and only the people that have lost structures due to the fire. If there's anything that we could allow, some sort of container in your experience that we could allow for a 1 year without changing all of our anything, our OCP or anything. Is there anything that we could do for a 1 year where we could then reassess, see where everybody is at that point? And we gotta do something for these people. And where are they supposed to put everything? Like, I just don't know where. And I know in Lillooet, there are surrounding areas where people are out there. Theft is huge. You know, they go up to places like this. If they can't put their stuff away or lock it up properly, then, you know, people can go through there at night, especially when there's nobody living there. I just think that there's a lot of factors here, and I have to wonder if there's not something that we can do without changing all of our rules, without, you know, and without using a temporary use permit that's gonna cost them $1,000. Is there anything that we can do to allow these people to lock up their stuff safely for at least 1 year and then reevaluate after that?
Tony.
Yeah, you know, when you get faced with something like this, you would try to apply our existing rules to it. It's cumbersome, you know. So I was just laughing at the 2 months delay, but we want to. So how do we get around that? What if, now I'm a homeowner up there, I've lost my home, I want to redo it. So I'm going to bring a sea can in, and I plunked it on my place using it. But I know it's against the rules to do that. So I need a little bit of help. So what help do I need? I need to know that the bylaw inspector is not going to come round in the next while. And Director Needham already indicated that that's a possibility, that we can not enforce our bylaws. I applied for a temporary use permit, so I'm within the rules. And at the same time, I approached my area director and I say, is there any way I can have the fee for the TUP waived? So now we're faced with a situation when it comes to here, where the person's got the CCAN, they're doing what they want to do, they're taken care of. They've applied for the TUP, which fits our rules. And now what they're asking for, can they get relief from the money? We could decide as a board, we could, if we want, at least I can't think of any reason why we couldn't, we could waive that fee. Or if we choose not to, then Sal could say, okay, I want to pay that out of PILT funds. And that at least will get things moving along. Anything else we talked about here is rezoning to, you know, it takes time and they don't have time. So get out of the box a little bit, think out, are we really going to go after someone for having a CCAN on their property so that they can rebuild.
secure their stuff.
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm really uncomfortable with the idea and talk about just not enforcing bylaws and so on without at the very least a written, clear policy in place. I think, I don't know, I'd really want a legal opinion before we start going down that road. I do wonder if staff can provide a bit of feedback if we wanted to direct a bylaw amendment that was very specific, allowing sea cans bordering Downton Lake in the aftermath of what we consider a natural disaster, something very focused and with no public engagement. Is that something that could be done without a huge amount, if it's very focused like that, a huge amount of staff work?
Yes. So we could do what we call like an exemption or a notwithstanding section to the bylaw, where we could say notwithstanding the permitted uses set out in section blah, 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 shipping containers may be allowed for the following properties, list their legal addresses until, say, a point in time, mid-2026 or something like that. We could opt to waive the public hearing and just do a mail out. That would make it fast. So there's no meeting in August, but we may be able to get that back to July.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea, but I also like what Tony had said about in the same process, waiving the fees. Because these people are under financial stress as it is, we don't need to add that on. So if we could waive the fees and speed up this process and get it for the July board meeting, then I think we're moving.
So this would be a staff initiated rezoning amendment, text amendment, so there would be no fee. So that would make it free to everybody, and it would give all of those specific properties an exemption from the permitted use requirements.
Okay, you wanted to say that?
Just that in consideration of timeline, just to ensure, that we do have the ability to hold a special meeting if we want to speed things up, if it does take more than one meeting go around. And I fully support this suggestion by board director, Director Meehan.
Okay, so Chris is going to move his.
So I guess I'll move a limited, targeted bylaw amendment to allow sea cans in the emergency affected area
During construction period.
with minimal public consultation.
Yeah, I'll second
Okay.
Clarity, what was the timeline did you suggest for that? I heard a specific date suggestion and then
I didn't put a date on it. I think it's understood that we're doing sort of.
for a specific time, but what comes back will have a date.
Oh,
An
yes,
expiration
yeah,
date.
time limited.
So just to be clear, though, they are allowed to have sea cans during construction with a valid permit, so.
Yeah, you would need to
This
follow.
would
This is an
be to
exclusion
allow them,
section.
maybe if they don't have a permit, if they're just doing cleanup or whatever on their property, so
Yeah.
that would be the point of difference. Okay.
Which would be a majority of them.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Call the question, all in favor, opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Tony.
That was super.
7.1, so what?
We're doing 11.1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question.
So correspondence for action, downtown lake fire loss working group, property tax waiver request. So we've got Suzanne is coming in.
Just here to answer questions.
She's here to answer questions.
Is there any questions for Suzanne on this?
I've got two questions.
Okay.
The first one is, if a building has been destroyed, what happens to the property taxes assessed to that property? I know when I get mine, it assesses the buildings and land. So that reduce it. That's the first question. The second question is, are we able to waive property taxes when certainly a large portion of those taxes go to the province? They're not, it's not our tax. So those are the questions.
Can you answer that, Suzanne?
Yeah, so if an improvement has been destroyed, they have to be, the BC assessments have to be updated with that information. And from what I understand, the properties with losses did update BC assessment. Emergency management staff told me this. I don't have any other verification, but other than reviewing the assessment changes from the completed roll to revised roll, they did drop for the majority of those properties affected. We do not have any other mechanism to waive taxes other than the permissive tax exemptions that are specific to types of properties, and these properties aren't eligible.
So. I did look at assessment BC at the properties that were affected. Their land value, the structure aspect of it, the house and so on and so forth, went to zero. And the land value also went down. Not a lot, but it did go down. Basically because there's no trees left. And yeah, so there, and I did look at our assessment, and for $1 million property, the SLRD assessment was just over $1,000. Most of those properties that were affected were under $1 million. So,
so with this, and again, the budgeting piece, I'm still learning on this. So we have the service areas. This is just the taxes, not the service areas. Is that what's being proposed? Like because I know that the tax bill will contain your, the service areas that you're a part of as well. Are we just talking about the tax piece, or are we talking service areas as well?
Service areas.
yeah,
All of it.
the SLRD has a package that you pay into, which includes each individual service.
Okay.
So Sun Lake has certain, yeah.
And probably what's come up here is we want to make sure that this is the correspondence for action from the research that staff have done, and there has been a significant amount of research. It's come to our attention that we don't have the ability, and Director LaFrance, you can correct me, right now to waive taxes. The permissive tax, if there's nothing in our permissive tax for that. We looked at all avenues, Director LaFrance and Deputy Finance Director, Mr. Colin, I can't remember Colin's last name right now, so sorry. Also looked into it. One of the things to note is when permissive, should that lever be in place or be put in place? Because every time we talk about this, we also want to talk about how can we make it easier for future? So if we put in something in place for that, it means the tax draw needed is still going to be the same. So people's taxes around will go up as others are waived. So there's the immediate, and there's also just the work being done to make this easier for someone in the future.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I think that's kind of where I was going. Already when there's a huge change in assessed value, there's gonna be a spike in the others around it to offset, and already gonna see a reduction. So I'm hesitant to even consider ways to wade further into that mechanism, because they've had a lot of that value stripped out, which will be reflected in the tax bill, which will also be added to those folks that weren't affected. So Yeah, I just want to make sure that I had that right, I think I do.
And I also feel that if people want to donate or give to the people, the affected properties, that's up to them to do. I don't think it's our place to be, you know, forcing people to pay double the taxes because somebody else has done this. So I won't be supporting this item.
I was gonna move to receive, I'll speak to it.
So going to receive, moved, seconded. Okay, so just move to receive and it's moved and seconded. I'll call the question, all in favor?
And just, you know, I understand the desire, it comes up a lot, actually, see it in the municipal context and, you know, we do not, I've not run across, except in very limited permissive tax exemption, which this is not, we don't have the ability as local government to waive taxes, for better or for worse. And so it's down to talking to BC Assessment, to make sure they have a appropriate valuation of the property, and that's the unfortunate the limit of our ability, and so yeah, I think moving to receive is the appropriate action here.
Yeah, just I think the point that Armin made, you know, the money that was collected on a whole is now lost to a certain degree. So somebody has to make up for that. So, I mean, there's X number of dollars needed to run community. So I think that's really important to think about. Anyways, moved and seconded, call a question. All in favor, opposed, motion carried. Thank you. 11.2 BC Hydro 2024 UBCM Convention Meeting Request. Invitation from BC Hydro to request a meeting at the 2024 UBCM Convention held in Vancouver from September the 16th to the 20th, 2024. A deadline for submission is June the 28th, 2024.
When's that?
Tomorrow. No big deal. Hi, everyone. There's two subjects that have been brought forward by staff to possibly create a hydro meeting. One of them is about Paradise Valley Road, the end there. So we suggest that be one of the meetings that we have, which is the long-standing conversation of maintenance of bridge and road and access to that area. And the other one, considering the motion that was passed, would be about the BC Hydro Trust, and if that would be a good place for that meeting. So if everyone is okay with that.
Well, no, because it's the Treasury Department that the discussion has to be had with that, not BC Hydro.
Okay. So then it would just be one.
Yeah.
Just be the Paradise Valley Road.
Yeah.
Portion of it.
Yeah, and then we can probably decide now who would be in attendance.
Yeah. Let's chat about that. I'm not sure we need the meeting with Hydro on that. Because they're very cooperative. Anyway, you know, we don't need to sell them.
Yeah. The third option by staff was no meeting unless the board had recommendations themselves with BC Hydro. The BC Hydro regarding Paradise Valley, you were going to cover all your basis conversation, and the staff did also note that it's more Modi.
Yeah. You've got a good enough relationship with Hydro. I don't think that specifically.
So just a motion to receive. Armin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about this and where we have you know, BC Hydro seems to be cooperative from what towns around the table right now, and the issue may lie with Modi. I wonder about requesting a joint meeting, which we've had success with in the past at UBCM as far as having different entities in the same space. So if creating that opportunity is here, maybe it's worth exploring. I don't know. I'd like to get everyone's thought on that, but that might be a way to approach this. So the willing party comes with the less willing party to have conversation.
I was at the lunch the other day with Whistler with the minister, and I raised this issue about this area, and her response was to ask for a one-page proposal and that she would bring together Modi, forestry, the parties that we want together. And she offered to do that, so,
And that would be at UBCM?
no,
Oh, just the meeting.
yeah.
So I find the challenge, sorry if I can, the challenge with UBCM sometimes, and we just went through this at our council table, is that we all hope that the issues we have today will be resolved by the time we get to September through whatever other mechanisms. So I would say yes, and back to the cover all your bases, just, I don't think there's a harm in getting on it twice. You've heard from us before. You know, thank you for a successful meeting we had at the end of July or whatever. Where's the progress? You know, like there's still could be value in having this meeting.
Sure.
I'd suggest you like it would be appropriate.
Okay, so we're going to apply for a BC Hydro meeting request.
Asking Moni to join.
Yeah. Okay. Moved, seconded. Call a question, all in favor, opposed, motion carried. 11.3, request for funding, Squamish Environmental Conservation Society Wildlife Connection Action Plan.
I so support this. I'm really happy this is on our agenda and I hope that we can support it. And I'm impressed with what this group is doing and also from Ruth Simon and her group. I'm also very curious. I didn't realize that their work had actually extended up into the northern part of the SLRD. So at some point, I would love to see a copy of the report of what they're working on. I'm interested to see how it connects to some of the work we're doing in Area B. So I support this.
I'd like to make a motion to provide Squamish Environmental Conservation Society with their requested grant of $40,000, and that this money be taken from Southern PILT funds, which requires agreement between myself and the Area D director and Squamish.
Second motion.
Moved and seconded. You have that? Okay. Moved and seconded. Call the question, all in favor, opposed, motion carried. Very nice.
That's a clarification from that. At their presentation, they asked for staffing. That this does not reflect that.
No. It
I
doesn't.
think we would like.
They
some
asked
time
for
before
staff
that.
assistance,
Yeah.
staff time.
To coordinate
Press.
technical administration.
There's also an ask to sign the MOU. Terms of reference, sorry.
Which I think we should do.
We should do.
Push to
So,
another time.
Another time.
We'll review it.
So can I make a motion that staff review the terms of reference and bring a recommendation back in July?
I'll second it.
And staffing.
Okay, moved and seconded.
Yeah. And
It's in the terms.
the question of staffing is that wasn't a new request well, it was maybe a request to extend, but I'm not sure how that happened in the first instance. Anna's been doing some work for them. So, and it wasn't part of any money that unless they paid back money to us, I don't know. I'm not sure how that happened.
I think considering this was in the presentation and not in the letter, we're asking for some extra time to read the terms and look at what is being requested. If it's same or more as what was before.
Okay.
Armin.
Thank you. I know we just passed the funding piece, but to me, I think we'd want to sign off on the terms of reference before we fund it. And I think the likely outcome is that we fund it. So can we hold the issuance of that? Like, I don't think we're in danger of cutting a check tomorrow with that recommendation, but if for something there's a roadblock, again, I don't think that's the case, but it would make sense to me. We want to sign the terms of reference before we do the funds, which I hadn't had this conversation before we made that.
No.
So I'm a little.
Can you amend that motion?
I thought we just passed it.
Yeah, I just like to align the two pieces just in case there's a misalignment in the terms of
To
reference.
point out, we gave money last year and the year before, and the terms of reference were submitted to us at least 2 years ago, and they've got lost in the ether somewhere. So, if we've been funding it without signing the terms of reference, I don't see any problem continuing.
Yeah.
But we do need to address that and tie it up.
Okay, well, we've moved in second and we moved to 40,000, so Angela.
Through the chair, I could recommend that within the resolution that's currently on the floor, a slight change, and that that the funding be held until after the review of the terms of reference, if that's something that is desired.
I don't want to do that. I want them to know they've got the money.
Yeah, I tend to agree. What about you?
I just think if we're discussing it, I mean, I'm supportive of this whole initiative. I don't want any of my comments to be considered not supportive of this, but if I just think about good process,
Yeah.
I would, and I'd want to, if I wanted to change anything in the terms of reference, tying it to our participation in the funding, it's like, that's how you would do that. So I think that those two things should happen at the same time, and I don't think that's gonna be, I don't think that that's far down the road. So if we can do that next month, then I would say that might actually be practically what would happen anyways, based on our motion when we write checks. So I like keeping them as close together as possible. Makes sense to me, but
because the check may not be actually.
Like, I don't know that practically it's any different, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just ask clarification for the process from Angela? Do we need a motion from the board to sign that terms of reference, or can the power be given to the CAO so that after review, the CAO could sign it and not delay until, should there be no concerns? Perhaps that's, the next motion is for giving the CAO permission to sign the terms of reference.
This motion asks for a report back in here, so can we defeat that motion then and have a new one?
So it's an option for you, because it's been moved and seconded, so you can do a vote on it, and it will die on the floor and you can bring forward a new one. Otherwise, you can do an amendment to the existing. It's cleaner if you just oppose it, and you can create a new one if you'd like.
Cool question.
Okay. So it was moved and seconded, so I'll call the question. And the idea is to defeat the motion and we'll craft a new one.
Sure.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Okay, now.
Done. What do I want to say? I want to say that I move that the CAO be authorized to review the terms of reference and to sign off if she is satisfied. So.
Okay, moved and seconded.
Yeah.
Okay, call a question, all in favor, opposed, motion carried.
Yeah, I would do the money separately.
No, we did the money.
No, you did the money.
We did the money.
Yeah, money's done.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I think this is a good middle ground.
And then, do you need any kind of direction from us with regard to the staffing?
That's where I can sign this terms of reference if there's no concern, and bring it to the board if there is concern.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay. 11.4, 11th Annual Resource Breakfast Series, September 17th, 18th, and 19th, 2024. Registration. Pardon?
Motion to receive.
Yeah, just motion to receive. Seconded. Call the question, all in favor, opposed, motion carried. 11.5, request for funding Squamish Nature Learners Multicultural Cooking Program.
Chair? Yep. This is interesting, and it came as a request to the SLRD for funding. And then staff referred it to me because they thought it was area D. But when I looked at it and checked into it, I found it's really at Squamish. So first of all, I want to say I fully support it. It's an exciting looking program. They've got the Squamish Nation is a partner in this and heavily involved. They've got a recent refugee from Syria who is living in Squamish and working as a chef. And she's going to do this whole cooking program there involving some of the First Nations kids and other kids and so on. So it really is solid. And I would really like to support it. I would prefer the money not to come from Area D select funds. So what I'm looking for is a source of funding within I don't know, General Select or if it would come from Southern Pilt. I didn't get a chance to talk to you, Armand, about this, but
Yeah, I didn't really,
and I mean, part of their cost is renting Brennan Park. So I don't know whether we can work with anything with that, but well, so.
With many programs that are run physically inside the municipality, they have the participants come from the catchment area, which we know is wider.
Yeah.
I'm fine with this coming from something that's in a joint funding pool, if that's where you want to go. Inside the municipality, we do have different programs and asks like this would go to our various grant programs that we delegated the administration of as a mayor council. So yeah, so and that includes in-kind contributions for space and not-for-profits and stuff. So this seems to fit some of that. So but at the same time, others make the decision on like we don't have this type of conversation. So I'd be supportive. I'd be open to your suggestion as to where the best funding source would be if this group wanted to support this, and then perhaps referring them to Squamish for another what might be another funding source. Although I think the windows have closed.
Yeah, no, it's closed right now. I think the person running this, I think from my phone call, I think it was a young woman. She sounded like a young woman, but very keen, really committed to it, and not aware of where she could go for money or anything like that. So I think I'm going to make a motion that we take the 3,000 from Southern Pilt, and I will coach her a little bit so that next year, I assume this is going to be successful. If it is, and they want to do it again next year, I'll help them where they could apply.
I'm seconding that motion. Does it include your coaching?
Yes. That's free of charge. Yeah.
Okay. Move to second, call the question. All in favor, opposed, motion carried.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Nicely done, Tony. Thank you.
Decision on additional late business. Do we have?
We did that.
Oh,
We did that.
there you go. That was it. 13.1, correct? Correspondence for action. Request for letter of support, Gun Lake Fire Protection Society fire truck acquisition. Want to speak to this, Sal?
Yes, the letters that they sent in is really good. And they've actually got 250,000 already from contributions from various sources. So this is, they're going for a gaming grant for the rest of the funds. So I support it.
Okay.
If there's any questions, I'd like to move it.
Second it, Jack?
It's
I just said, does this then obligate us were they to be successful and get a vehicle for us to manage or do anything, or do we have any concerns about
Fleet management,
like these sort of infrastructure?
Yeah, through the chair, I think there is no ties to us if they are successful.
Okay, moved and seconded. Call the question, all in favor, opposed, motion carried.
13.3, which is the late business item received from Director Demir.
Okay. You want to speak to that?
We already did that one.
We did it. Which one did we do?
13.2 done.
Yeah, 13.2.
You want to speak to this?
13.4.
Yeah, 13.4, so Chair Ford called 13.3 you guys. Vice Chair elections, so now we're at 13.4.
We do 13.4.
30.2 was done very quickly.
Has everybody got a copy of this?
Was delivered via email.
I don't think I got it.
It's regarding affected wildfire affected properties and interior health pit toilet regulations.
Yeah, it's coming to me just now, so carry on.
Okay.
I don't remember doing 13.2.
It's an information report.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Sal.
Everybody got
You
it?
got it, John?
Carry on, it's coming.
Yeah.
Don't worry about me.
I haven't got it.
I'm just gonna read it.
Oh,
Whereas the 2023 Dalton Lake wildfire has devastated properties in the Bridge River Valley, and many of them do not have functioning wastewater systems or pit toilets. And interior health regulations will not allow pit toilets anymore. And the cost associated with the porta potty rentals is just another burden to them. Whereas many properties in the Bridge River Valley have pit toilets, some for the main wastewater systems and others for situations that may arise with your pumping system to pump wastewater up to higher fields and for power outages which occur regularly in the Bridge River Valley. That just shows you why pit toilets are so important in rural areas. Whereas it's totally unfair that the fire loss property owners cannot have pit toilets as per previous regulations as they go through their building process. That the SLRD board sent an advocacy letter to Interior Health stating that the board would like to see exemption for the 2023 Dalton Lake wildfire affected properties with respect to them having pit toilets as per previous regulations.
Any questions?
Do we have any? I guess what I'm struggling with here is everything I hear about human waste is that it's really problematic, especially near water. I don't know exactly what a pit toilet is. I can guess that it's not a porta potty or contained system. And so, you know, I guess I'm not comfortable advocating for something where I'm worried about bio waste and so on, like if it was an ask for porta potties or something, and is there any sort of information about the consequences of this?
I'd like to speak to it. They previously, before they were banned, they actually had a regulation around pit toilets and the distance from water and riparian areas. So the regulations are already there. For some reason, Interior Health eliminated them. I do think in the coastal health, maybe Mark can comment on that they're actually allowed in coastal health, if I'm not mistaken.
Kim, go ahead.
Yeah. So through the BC sewage system regulation, pursuant to the BC Public Health Act, they made pit toilets illegal starting in 2005. So no outhouses should be constructed, or they're not allowed to, they're banned from being constructed on any lands at this point. So reconstructing these old pit toilets that had been on these properties from before they were made illegal is offside of the regulation. I think that we can probably send a letter. However, I think based on what Director Pettingill said, it's really not good to have pit toilets leaching into units that provide a drinking water supply. And so, yeah, that's just a little bit of information. You know, they were banned for good reason.
Thank you, and just a point of clarity, you said, was that provincial wide, or is this, as stated earlier, we heard that it was maybe in one health area, not in another, it was disjointed, is this a blanket thing across the province?
Yeah, it was prohibited in the BC sewage system regulation. So any discharge onto land is a prescribed health hazard and is illegal.
So then we have, and I would imagine that our regulations would reflect that as well. So if that was to change, there's probably a bunch of work on our end for matching regulations.
Yes, we prohibit them as well because we're not allowed to allow them.
Yeah, that's what.
Mark, do you want to elaborate or comment?
No, I think that's great. I think they also just note that an outhouse within 30 meters of a lake, even if it was in place before 2005, still needs to comply with the act and is considered a health hazard and should be removed. It is part of the regulation as well. Just for.
I'm confused here because we've just installed pit toilets throughout Sea to Sky in the last 2 or 3 years at trailheads. They're Ministry of Forests approved. Go ahead.
So I think the difference is that those get emptied. So we have pit toilets, which is like, looks like a pit at, say, one of our rec sites at Cat Lake, but it gets emptied.
Yeah.
And it's serviced that way. And I don't know if that's and to me, that feels like a differentiation here between what we're talking about. So I don't know if we're using all the same terms. Yes, lined, it's probably a culvert or something stood on its end. I don't know what the mechanisms are, but it does get serviced, which I think might be the difference with what's being asked. Is that correct?
All the rec sites have pit toilets. Some of the newer ones have got the urine diversion, but not up in our area. All our and they actually get serviced. All the outhouses at Gun Lake get serviced.
So
the pumper truck comes out and pumps them out. And there's lots of them, as I've stated.
You know, the really best solution would be these urine diversion toilets, but they're expensive, so they really don't count. But if we've got these things in rec sites, which is a hole in the ground and that gets cleaned out, and that's not a pit toilet, obviously, because pit toilets are not allowed. Could you go ahead with those, or would they be too expensive as well?
Which?
The ones that are in rec site and.
But they're just a hole in the ground. Come on up to our area and use one of the toilets at a rec site.
Well, how do they exist?
But a lot of them, as far as I know, they have sleeves in there.
Yeah.
So it's not just dispersing into the lake or whatever, so that they can be pumped up.
Would have to do a survey of the gun, all of them in the area A and see if they've got.
The ones that are being installed now are definitely environment certified, because Tourism Pemberton just, in fact, they got a grant, I believe, for $250,000.
Destination BC grant.
To put these things all over the place at trailheads throughout the area. First,
Can I move receipt and I'll speak to it if seconded?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yeah, so I think it sounds like, regardless of where the province might be offside with its own rules, we aren't permitted to do what's being asked here. So I think it's reasonable to receive this. I will make a comment that maybe there's an opportunity for us to look at our process a little bit, because we've had a couple of agenda items now where we're being asked to do things that are just legally impermissible. And I wonder if there's a way to deal with this before it gets to our agenda, because we've spent a lot of time talking about things that we just can't do. And so maybe it's better for something to come where we can actually get to the desired outcome. And so what that is, I think that's an offline conversation, but just make that point.
Armin.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this direction. I found the motion, I give advocacy. I don't necessarily agree that this isn't something that we can do. We can always write a letter, but whether we should or not was a totally appropriate question for the board. I think that as regulations evolve over time, some of them make the utmost sense and others don't. So I think this was a blanket sort of ask for a reverting to previous regulations, which evolved based on some important information somewhere along the way. But maybe a consideration of it, of an exemption program or something like that would have been more palatable to me, but the ask as it sits there specifically, I don't think is something I feel comfortable commenting on, or advocating for at this point.
So just to comment on Chris's comment. These are actually very valuable for the community and all the electoral, everybody in the SLRD to see these. Because it shows the implications of that disaster that we're living with right out there. So as a communication tool, this is an excellent communication tool to the public. And the learning experience for SLRD staff, everybody else in the SLRD, which is a huge area, which has a lot of rural areas that actually use pit toilets. How many pit toilets are in your area?
Yeah, there's quite a few, I have to say.
Vivian, how many pit toilets up in your area? What do the people in the area use?
Sometimes, Sal, I think it's just like better to ask for forgiveness. Like, I don't think this board can take something that we know is outside of current health and safety regulations and lobby against it, or I mean, advocate against it. Or that yes, of course, we have lots of pit toilets and they seem to be working pretty well, sparsely populated, somewhat like your area. But I did hear Ms. Needham say earlier that, you know, we have bylaws, but they're enforced usually on a complaint basis. And so sometimes, you know, by bringing it here, it's like you're kind of forcing us to make a decision that's pretty uncomfortable for the board. Yeah.
So can I respond? This came from the community meeting that was held
right.
The community town hall. And the residents asked regarding the containers, and the residents asked regarding pit toilets.
Right, okay.
Responses that came back when they received the responses, you know, a later date, they weren't happy with the answers. So as their elected official, I have to support them. And this is how I'm supporting them, to get it out so that the rest of the SLRD can see the implications of being in a disaster.
Yeah.
Happen to any one of them. So that's what I'm talking about as a communication tool. And yes, it is tough to make these decisions, but that's what we're here for, make tough decisions, period.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, and I just to respond briefly, my comment isn't that we shouldn't be making tough decisions or can't wrestle with tough topics, that's all we do. But if we can come sort of understand what the underlying need is and come with a proposal that we could actually maybe move forward on, I think we can have a more productive discussion as opposed to something we know we can't do or is really challenging, and then, you know, without information or whatever, we're floundering to come up sort of on the fly with something better, and it makes it really difficult, and then we don't end up, I think, satisfying very many people. So I'm just throwing out the idea that maybe there's a better way in our process, that we could.
So we're better equipped to make a good decision when we have to make it.
Yeah.
Because right now we're trying to come up with stuff on the fly and.
Charles brought this forward in good faith, and we've heard right away from Kim, it's illegal. Now, there's been a conversation before the meeting, before this came forward, and Kim makes it clear to Sal that it's illegal, then maybe you bring a different kind of motion to us. Different suggestion. I think
Yes.
So
The timing was tough because I created this morning.
Oh.
So this has been moved and seconded to receive. Call the question, all in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Sal's opposed. We're done there, we're done, so we're now on 14. Director's notice of motion. I don't believe there is any. We're gonna recess for the committee of the whole. We've already done that. Okay. Everybody, Angela, you're gonna speak to 16?
Yeah, through the chair, there were two recommendations from committee of the whole this morning. Those being that it be recommended to the SLRD board that SLRD staff pursue investigating the process and feasibility of creating a BC Hydro Trust for Area A in conjunction with the provincial government. And that consideration of funding of up to $5,000 from Area A select funds for SLRD staff engagement to support the preliminary work associated with the BC Hydro Trust for Area A be deferred to the Electoral Area Directors Committee for consideration.
So.
Okay, moved and seconded.
Yeah, that needs to be moved.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, call the question, all in favor, opposed, motion carried. 17. Pardon me?
We need a motion to close the meeting.
Okay, so there's a motion to close. Okay, moved and seconded. Call the question, all in favor, opposed, motion carried.